Hi, good morning. Hello, everybody. Brock and Salk show here on Seattle Sports and seattlesports.com and, the Seattle Sports app. That's right. Plus all the podcast platforms out there. I've got an update for you guys this morning on the referee story from a couple of weeks ago. The local, it's not the kind of update that you're thinking or waiting for, but it is an odd turn in the story. I'll tell you that here in a moment. I mentioned that we're on all those podcast platforms. I also have some new Apple podcast reviews.
Ooh, those are my
Not
favorites.
good ones though, Maura.
Oh.
Mean. Not mean, but with a 5-star review. Like just actually like mad, angry 1-star reviews. You want to hear some of those to start the show?
I guess.
I'll start with a 5-star just to make us feel good. This one says, this is from C-Raw. Great show. I've been listening to Brock and Salk for several years. I'm glad they are the morning show voices for Seattle sports. They each have their own unique insight and opinions and know how to keep it light yet interesting. The guests they have on their show are phenomenal as well. Show has become an integral part of my morning routine. I think they represent the Seattle market well. Well, that's very nice. Thank you, C-Raw. We appreciate that. That's nicer than this 1-star review from Ryan Carr. I really hate your ads. They are terrible. You can decide to have better ads. Be more creative, but please stop. So that gets you a 1-star review. I don't,
Okay.
something to work on. Thank you for the
We don't
feedback.
have a lot of control over, but okay.
Well, that's okay. We'll take the feedback. I mean, we don't want to make excuses or blame others.
True.
We'll take the feedback. I mean, it kind of is what it is. This one is from February 18th, 2-star review, which is rare. Usually you get 1s or 5s. Rare to get something in the middle. Occasionally a 3. Rare to get a 2-star review, but that's what we've got here from Jer Bear 3. Too much football. Every single headline on this show is about football, and I don't understand. Football season is over. Baseball season has started, and you guys are still talking about a relatively mediocre football team that missed the playoffs. The Legion of Boom has been over for a minute, and the vibe is shifting in this city to a baseball town. Talk about what's relevant right now. You have an exciting baseball team in your backyard, and Brock and Salk can't figure out content to talk about. Right? Now, to be
Hopefully they
fair,
were listening last week.
I hope so.
That was like an entirely baseball week.
well, probably get 4 stars for last week and 2 stars for the couple of weeks before that. This one is very, I have a good one. There is one good one. Why am I here? This is a 5-star review. 4-hour show with 4 jerks answering questions, one of which comes an hour late every day and doesn't work on Fridays. The other 3 are occasionally late, and when they are, listeners are rewarded with tone-deaf singing. Mind you, this is a sports talk show. Despite baseball analysis coming from a Northeasterner with crankiness beyond his years, and a football and football analysis coming from a marriage-pushing left-handed backup quarterback, the show is actually good. Eventually, you'll find yourself listening for 15-plus years and questioning why you tune in every day, but still will because you can't get rid of them like you can't get rid of some family members. So I think that's nice. It's 5 stars. And then I did have one other 1-star review. This one's from, we get the name. By the way, that was CND3309 with the 5-star. Thank you. This one's from Bill number 555666. Which is funny. Daniel Kramer article. How does a major sports radio go on the air say that Carlos Santana not signing with the Mariners is the same as the Trevor Story non-signing? You can't make this stuff up.
I don't recall us doing that.
If you had done just a little research, you would have known that Santana started his career with Cleveland, and his family is in Cleveland. This why I quit listening to your station. That was the thing? After every dumb thing I've said over the years, it was comparing Carlos Santana and Trevor Story and saying that in both cases the Mariners offered more money, but the player decided to go elsewhere. That was the thing that made you quit listening? Sheesh.
Okay, I was going to say, I don't remember you comparing those two.
I didn't really, but,
Okay.
it's fine. Don't worry about it more. Yeah, let the facts. Don't let the facts get in the way of the reviews. Anyway, those are some recent reviews and things that are keeping us, unfortunately, at a 4.6 out of 5. We'll never get to a 4.7 with some of these 1- and 2-star reviews that have been coming out. But if you would like to listen to the station or the show, you can always download those at the Seattle Sports app or directly through Apple Podcasts, whatever is your preference. All of them work. Anyway, thank you for being here today. I do have a quick update on the referee story. So you remember the story about the ref who came out on the ice and pushed the two.
Came out on the ice and
I'm sorry, the parent who came out on the ice and pushed the 2 kids who were refs.
Yeah.
So apparently 2 nights ago, the referee community, so all of the local hockey refs got together to go to Everett. I think it was Everett for a Silvertips game. I'm not sure. It might have been down to the Shower Center. I don't know if it was Seattle or Everett, but they went to a WHL game. And so they all go, there's like a ton of them there. They all wore stripes. Everybody wore their like referee black and white stripes. All of their parents either wore white or black to show solidarity for the refs. I guess about 80% of them were kids, but there were some adult refs there as well. Anyway, so they choose to go to a WHL game, which is hysterical because that league is essentially like a boxing on skates league. I mean, like there's fighting in every game in the WHL. So, of course, there's a whole bunch of fights and whatnot. And every time, I guess they were cheering for the refs and like yelling at having fun with the whole thing that you've got 100, 200 refs all together in this one section. And I guess some of the fans did not like that and started chanting at them. They kind of went back and forth. But it was all fun until one drunkard started like yelling slurs at them and eventually throwing popcorn at them. And he was starting to be removed by, alcohol enforcement or security, whoever it is, when I guess he made like a turnaround beeline and like came running back to the whole group and started threatening them, at which point some of the parents got into a melee with this other drunken idiot. So these kids who were bonding for solidarity to stand up for being refs, everywhere they go, adults are idiots. What is wrong with people? So they finally get together in this hockey game, and some drunken buffoon starts berating them and apparently using both homophobic slurs and other stuff. And they had to witness another fight before this guy was finally kicked out. So the irony of it is fairly tremendous. But that is the newest update I have. I heard that story last night, and it was probably told better than I just told it. But still, very very bizarre, bizarre twist. Yeah, that's about all I got. Let's see. Why do you guys only say 710 app or Apple Podcasts? I often listen on Spotify. Oh, sure. Hey, we've mentioned Spotify before. The problem is with Spotify 360, I think they don't have any reviews. I don't think you can see. I think they might have like a number of stars, but they don't allow you to make comments, sadly. So, I guess we sort of start with Apple because A, that's where the largest listenership comes from, but also because you can leave comments there. So if you want, you can listen on Spotify and text us your comments. If you've got a review you want to text into the show, that's great. Give us a full-on review, 866-979-3776. All right. Coming up, I'll tell you who was great yesterday was Brian Nemhauser, Hawkblogger. I thought he gave us some really good information. We're going to react to some of that over the course of the morning. We'll play that interview coming up in 20 minutes in which he talks about the Seahawks going after a quarterback in the draft, in which he talks about what he would do on the offensive line, although I don't know whether it's going to be possible based on what I'm reading this morning, in which he talks about the DK Metcalf rumors and why he doesn't think anything's going to happen. There's a lot of really good stuff coming up in 20 right after everything you need to know next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
It sure seems like Geno Smith will be back with the Seahawks in 2025. Two things we heard this weekend that tell us that. First, Mike McDonald's interview with Fox 13.
Geno's our quarterback. I don't understand the conversation.
Tom Pelissero had this to say.
The Seahawks appear to be all in on Geno Smith for 2025.
To me, it's obvious. Geno has to be the guy. You're in a position where you're not going to draft high. You can't still get a quarterback late and hope you develop. But Geno has showed he can win you some ball games.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Ooma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Are you working in the refrigeration industry? Are you staying up on current regulations? Well, Local 32 can help advance your career. That's right. Learn more at ualocal32.com. Again, that's ualocal32.com.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards scoring courtside seats for your favorite team. Progressive cannot guarantee that you can score courtside seats. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, but courtside seats can be astronomical. Maybe if your team plays in a smaller market, you could swing it. Even still, it's unlikely. Maybe 4th row, which are still incredible seats that you'll enjoy greatly. Savings possible. Courtside, long shot. Switch and see if you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Progressive cannot guarantee that someone really tall will not sit in front of you at the game, rendering your excellent seats just okay.
Michelle Smallman here. Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Witness unforgettable moments and make memories that will last a lifetime. Don't miss out. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes. Visit travelwisconsin.com/draft to learn how you can win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball. Go behind the scenes with Wyman and Bob all this week from 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head, was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Eddie's!
I just had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection on my roof because I wanted to be proactive and handle any small problems before they became big problems, and they were extremely professional with their communication and recommendations. You really need an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on mine. Allow them to work for you, too. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, always fun when old friends get together, and that did get to happen yesterday. Cal Raleigh saw his old friend Paul Sewald. In fact, he faced him in a spring training game and got the better of the matchup. Hold on. Why don't we have any sound? Let's try this again. No, still no sound. You got sound on my computer? Let's see what's going on here. Now do it? Okay, here we go.
Here's the pitch to Cal Raleigh. Swinging a fly ball deep to right field. This one isn't coming back way onto the berm beyond the Cleveland bullpen. Cal Raleigh jumps on Paul Sewald's first pitch. Cal pinch hitting for Jorge Polanco. And with that home run to right field, the Mariners have the lead 3-2, and that was a no-doubter, baby.
In case you forgot, during the gap between the setup and the highlight, that was Cal Raleigh going deep off of Paul Sewald, which was, I thought, sort of fun. It was nice to see the offense click again. They beat Cleveland 7-2. You know what? Another big day? Laz Diaz. Dude's out of control. Lyle.
Yeah.
Dumb question that I know the answer to, but I'll ask it just for fun. Any chance Laz could be like a DH for this team this year?
I guess if he really goes off and starts in Double A,
way, right?
No, I mean,
because he didn't get past Single A last year.
No, and there was points at at High A last year where he struggled. So look, he'll probably start by the way he's trending
Double A
in Arkansas, I would assume.
So if you're in Arkansas, you're a call away.
Sure, but he's really going to have to hit there.
Well, what if he does?
Well, that'd be pretty fun if Laz got up. Although, by the way, Laz Diaz is an umpire.
Did I say Laz Diaz?
Yeah.
That's not what I meant. Laz Diaz is an umpire. Laz Montez is obviously what I meant. And by the way, is what I have written down on my piece of paper. For whatever reason, I decided to go with the umpire instead. I was just getting back at you for not turning my computer up. Anyway, he had a big day, doubled and walked. Luis Castillo did give up both runs, but not till the third inning, and he finished that inning, actually pitched pretty well. The rest of the bullpen was tremendous.
I thought the Rock threw very, very well. Gave us 3+, and then the rest of the guys threw the ball extremely well, keeping the ball down. No trouble coming out of the bullpen at all. Fujinami looked really, really good today. Attacked the strike zone. I thought it was a marked improvement from his last outing and looked really, really strong today. And then Jack Lopez, pretty impressive at shortstop. Some nice plays down there.
Yeah, Fujinami was better because he didn't give up like 9 runs the way he did in his last outing. One key similarity between Scott Servais and Dan Wilson, we've talked about a lot of the differences. Both of them really like to refer to Luis Castillo as the Rock. Both of them are all in on the Rock nickname and seem to use it almost exclusively. Offensively, Dylan Moore remains hitless in the Cactus League, which is something. Jorge Polanco made his debut as the DH. He went 0 for 2. The team does have an actual day off today. They will get back to it tomorrow.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We were sort of expecting roster moves yesterday for the Seahawks. They never happened. I think they're still going to come, but for now we wait. They need to be cap compliant by next week, so that leads to a lot of speculation. Names like Tyler Lockett, Roy Robertson Harris, Rayshon Jenkins, Dre Jones could all be let go. Lockett, I think we all understand that one. It makes sense. Robertson Harris, look, that was a trade from last season that made you better. I've got to imagine they would like to have him back, just not at his current cap rate, and maybe there's a way to find a deal there because he seemed to help the team this year as a backup rotational piece. Jenkins, though, that's a one-year bust. And Dre Jones is the biggest free agent they've ever signed, and that's a huge bust. So just two bad deals to think about as we get into free agency that, you know, it's fun and exciting when your team spends money, but that's not always the best way to bring in the most talent. Elsewhere around the league yesterday, Darius Slay was released. Do you have any interest in a veteran corner who does seem to get his hands on the ball pretty darn often?
I'd be interested.
I don't know what he's going to cost, but he's been released, so maybe the market starts to drop. And because he was released, I think that means you don't need to give up a comp pick in order to get him. He's not a free agent, so that's sort of an interesting element of that. T. Higgins going to be franchised for the second straight year. So if you are looking to trade DK Metcalf, that's probably going to continue to raise his value as the best wide receiver on the free agent market isn't going to be on the free agent market. So we'll continue to wait and watch and see what happens here. But DK's market, I would think, goes up even a little bit higher after that decision.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
It'll be a big shakeup for Fox's NFL show. Jimmy Johnson announcing his retirement after 31 years at the network. Without looking, do you know how old Jimmy Johnson is?
80?
81. Very good call. Without looking, is Jimmy Johnson older or younger than Terry Bradshaw?
Honestly, I'll say older.
He is, but I mean, I feel like Jimmy still has it a little bit more together. Jimmy is 81, Terry Bradshaw 76, Howie Long 65. So pretty curious how long those other two are going to be there, or if this starts a massive turnover from that show. Some names I saw suggested as replacements. Howie's son, Chris, Dan Orlovsky, who apparently has not much time left at ESPN on his deal. He's been kind of negotiating publicly. Chad Johnson, Chad Ochocinco, Mike McCarthy, Travis Kelce, even Stephen A. Smith's name popped up as I was reading yesterday and trying to determine what Fox might do. Kraken back at it tonight at home against Minnesota. NHL trade deadline is this Friday. And as we mentioned yesterday, Dan Bylsma did recall Philip Grubauer. He spoke about the return of their now backup goalie.
Good to see him back. I think a few weeks ago we had the opportunity to go down to CV and with a mind to play some games and get his game back, and a real positive and strong message how he went down in the last couple of weeks, and a true pro. Served as an example for the group down there in terms of dealing with some adversity in his spot in his career and putting his head down and going about his work. 7 games played down there. It's a chance for him to find his game a little bit, get a little regular routine, get in the net regularly and try to find his game. And so now we see him back up here.
All right, that's everything you need to know. A quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I do like some of the texts that have come in as I asked for reviews. One says, good ads today. Well, thank you. We've been working hard to try to improve the ads on the station, so thank you for, I'm glad you're enjoying them. 253 says, wake up, Lyle. You got to be ready for those cuts. Come on, buddy. Sheesh. Tough crowd out there.
No, I actually feel more awake today than most mornings.
I know. I haven't seen your eyes closed once. I'm very impressed.
Someone set them up to fail. It's happened to me before. They changed something on the board.
Oh, really? Yeah. All right. Well, so we'll blame somebody else. That's fine. 253 says, differences between Scott Service and Dan Wilson? There are none. Same guy. Yeah, no. I'm going to go ahead and disagree with that one. I don't see that at all. I see two very different people. And then Tyler and Pocatello with a very nice 5-star review that he left here on text. My day starts with the morning show every weekday during baseball season. A few years ago when I was a painter, my morning was going just like every other day. Got to the job site, and I was berated by a voice I did not recognize. I was used to the show that preceded you, and needless to say, I was upset. but I listened anyway. My routine included the station, and I'm glad I did. Mike, your voice is now an integral part of my day. Brock, on the other hand, sometimes feels like a football guy that tries to understand baseball with a football mind. Wait, that's who he is. Thanks, Maura, for keeping these guys in line for the most part. Anyway, appreciate the review, Tyler. Thank you. You're welcome to leave more here at 866-979-3776. In the meantime, I'll give a 5-star review for Hawkblogger yesterday. I thought Brian was great. Went to the combine and came away with tremendous information and a lot of opinions. You'll hear them next on Brock and Salk.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
You're down at the combine. What's the biggest priority that you want to know about these players?
Yeah, I would say having our coaches here this year, interviewing the players in person and watching them interact, how they respond to teaching, and can they teach the coaches. That's probably the most important thing this year. We didn't bring the guys last year because everybody was just installing our systems and getting going. So it's pretty cool having those guys here this year.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text GRIT to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 42424. That's GRIT to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Celebrate the best of the best in Washington sports with the 90th Annual Sports Star of the Year Award Show on King 5. Legendary athletes and today's stars come together for one spectacular night of sports accolades. Hosted by Steve Rabel and Jordan Babineau, featuring Kenny Mayne, Cal Raleigh, Fred Couples, Jessica Campbell, Gary Payton, and Marshawn Lynch. The 90th Annual Sports Star of the Year Award Show, presented by Microsoft. Saturday, March 8th at 7 on King 5. Visit seattlesports.org for more. The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. For over 30 years, Big Trees has been helping homeowners and businesses move trees with advanced equipment and a professional and proven transplant process. Need a tree moved on your property or off-site? Trust the experts at Big Trees. Learn more about our transplanting process at bigtreesupply.com.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Meat and potatoes, it's what Brock cooked for us last week. And by the way, Brock's really, really good at this. Have you ever thought about that as like a kind of second career deal? Like maybe, or third or fourth or fifth career, whatever you're going to be on? Maybe cooking more often?
Actually, no.
You're good at it, though.
Yeah, that's fun.
I don't know, man. You make some pretty good steak. The potatoes were good. I'm not a huge mushrooms guy, but the mushrooms were really good. Like, might be something for you to think about. Anyway, meat and potatoes, not just what you were making for us on the grill the other night, but also what's available in this year's draft. So all the big people were out there working out at the Combine in Indianapolis, and Brian Nemhauser was there, known as Hawkblogger, of course. Brian, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. Welcome back to the Pacific Northwest.
Thank you. Yes, it's good to be here. What was the big takeaway from the big people? Let's start offensively. What did you make of the offensive lineman?
Man, I don't know if I've ever had more fun watching big offensive linemen do on-field drills than yesterday. I mean, that was some of those guys put on a show out there, and I think one of the big takeaways is that there are a lot of options for the Seahawks who really need interior offensive line, and there's a lot of depth there. So I think there's a few different combinations when you talk about free agency and then you talk about this draft class where I think the Seahawks offensive line could take a massive leap, just like Daniel Jeremiah said on your show, a while ago.
So what do you do? Is you look at those young guys and you allocate your resources. Do you allocate them to Drew Dahlman, the free agent center out of Atlanta, who's so well-versed in this system and can hit the ground running and maybe lead some of the other new pieces? Josh Myers, the center out of Green Bay, that obviously also is a pretty darn good run blocker. Or do you just say, no, we're going to take a couple of these difference makers maybe in the first 2, 3, 4 rounds?
Yeah, Brock, that was one of my big questions, and I've kind of been poking at Mike McDonald and John Schneider about this for a while. And so John Schneider spoke at the Combine on the podium, then we talked to him off to the side, and one of the questions I asked him was, hey, this is a young offensive line. How important is it to get some, experience in there versus just having a rookie get at it? And he says it's really important. And that combined with some of the things he said regarding, he didn't talk a lot about Olu Oluwatimi, that both he and Mike McDonald mentioned Jalen Sundell more than they mentioned Olu Oluwatimi. And so I'm putting two and two together. I think Drew Dahlman's their top free agent target. I think he's plan A. probably a plan B as well. I think they're going to try to spend real money to get him. And I think if you get him, then you really have set up your draft to take whoever the best offensive lineman you want to take. Maybe not with your first pick, but maybe in the second round at 50 and still have a just significantly better offensive line. If you want to get really like aggressive, you take Drew Dahlman in free agency, and then you add a guy like maybe, if you get lucky, Armand Membu comes in and can play guard for you. Maybe you get a Donovan Jackson. I think Will Campbell realistically could fall to the Seahawks at 18, and I think could be one of the best guards in football. I think there's a lot of really good options.
Is there one of those guys, and I know Gray Zabel's been another name that's been out there as well, is there one that when we get to April you're going to be going, man, fall, please be there at number 18. This is the one that really will be a game changer for the Seahawks offensive line?
I mean, Armand Membu. This has been my guy from the beginning, and you're talking about a guy that's just massive. He's 332 pounds, and he broke 5 flat in the 40 yesterday. He moves, and you put him. He's so powerful. You watch his tape against Oklahoma. He is just planting guys. He's also a great guy. Has long arms. Like he's got the whole package. He can be one of the best right tackles in football. He can also be one of the best guards. And so the best thing there is, if you can get a guy that can be your starting guard, and in case something happens with Abe Lucas, you can have as good or maybe even a better right tackle. That's a best case scenario. I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to be a top 10 pick at this point. So outside of him, I think Will Campbell might be one of the best other options, at least in the first round. But there's a few guys that could be in that list for the second round that are pretty exciting as well. I think Gray Zabel, I have a little question about first round all the way to 18, but like Donovan Jackson, Tate Ratledge, Jonas Avenaya, these are guys that you could get potentially in the second round that would be day one starters.
Does it feel like Hawkblogger here with us? I tweeted this, a couple of weeks ago, just looking at some of the free agent lists, looking at some of this draft class through the Senior Bowl, and now we got the Combine, and here come the personal workouts. Does it feel like for the first time in some time that actually the market conditions and the available supply of big people actually line up with the Seahawk needs, maybe in ways they have not for a number of years?
In the draft, 100%. 100%. I think it was a little bit of a hit to the free agent class when Trey Smith, was tagged by the Chiefs. That's one less great interior offensive lineman out there, and that's going to mean that's going to bump up the competition for some of these other guys. But, a name I don't know how much you guys have talked about that I've warmed to is Will Fries, who's, I think a really good fit for this kind of zone blocking offense.
He's the guard he's the guard from Indy, right? They got banged up last year. Yeah. Yep.
And he's young. He's 26. Tevin Jenkins is a really good player, although he's hurt quite a bit. Mekhi Becton's a guy that everyone loves because of his size. He had pretty good success in zone blocking last year, but it's still a little hard to imagine 370 pounds, beating guys off the ball and getting to the outside shoulder. So, but he's obviously really talented. So there's some interesting names for sure. And then just in the draft, guys, it's amazing. We haven't even talked about center Jared Wilson from Georgia. Had an unbelievable day yesterday. He ends up running 4.8, 4.40 at over 300 pounds and was the third ranked zone blocking center in football last year. So he had an outstanding day.
Was this your first time covering it in this capacity over the length of the whole thing?
It was. I didn't really know what to expect. I thought I might be bored, but 100+ interviews later, it's like an NFL convention there. Have you guys ever gone?
I have not, other than when I was in it myself, no, but I've watched a lot of it. And it just struck me yesterday as well, and Hawkblogger here with us, just how unique. I think all the old linemen in one group all got together, prayed before Daniel Jeremiah tweeted that out. I always find it so compelling how different personalities show up by position. Like you watch them work out and train, and you just can that's the beauty of this game. They're just so unique by position group. And I don't remember, maybe I'm prisoner of the moment, but I just don't remember an O-line group that is quite like this one for a league that is going to really, really need them this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think part of what you're talking to there, Brock, as well is it's not just, obviously you want them to be talented and athletic and all those things, but who are they? Like, if you look at the Seahawks offensive line room, there's some real talent in there. Charles Cross is extremely talented. Abe Lucas is very talented. You've got some guys with high-end talent. A lot of them are pretty soft-spoken or quiet. I don't know who's going to be the real, voice in that room sometimes.
Yep.
And I look at Donovan Jackson, at Ohio State. This guy would come in and be a leader day one. You look at Armand Membu. He would be same kind of guy. Will Campbell, oh, my gosh. Talk about the makeup on this guy. He's so competitive. I think Tate Ratledge is an amazing personality. Jared Wilson, I don't know if you heard, he's his teammate, talked about wanting to smell his mullet. So that was an adventure. But yeah, these guys are great guys to add to the room, not just great players.
What about for those of us that still, as much as they want offensive line help, what about those of us who still want to make sure that the defensive line gets better? What did you see for the big people on the other side of the ball?
Yeah, Kenneth Grant's the name that obviously Daniel Jeremiah had linked and a couple people have been talked about. He did not have the best workouts. He's especially disappointed on the bench, I think, and so he didn't have quite the blowout that I think most people expected. Shamar Stewart was the guy that just had an outstanding workout, and he put up numbers at his size that are essentially equivalent to Myles Garrett. Now, I don't think he's Myles Garrett. I don't think anybody thinks he's Myles Garrett, but just to give you an idea of the kind of athlete you're talking about at that spot. When I talked to you guys at the Senior Bowl, that was the guy I said he just he moved differently than everybody else. So he's certainly an option. But if you want to talk about the guy that jumped out, that had the best combine probably of anybody, it's the safety from South Carolina, Nick Emmanwori. And this guy, I talked to him, was coached by Cam Chancellor's former coach. He compared the two, 220 pounds, 225 pounds, running a 4.3 840. Just unreal athlete. And I think, I don't think it's unrealistic that he could be, if you're looking for the blue chip, the best player available, if he falls to you at 18, they might have to go that direction, which is not the trenches.
So let's kind of build beyond just what you saw out on the field and maybe a little bit more into what you heard. What, as you talked to other members of the media, other people that you just were chatting with there, what were the conversations about the Seahawks like?
Yeah, I think one of the big conversations, and I think the clarity from at least from John Schneider and Mike McDonald, and then I'll talk about some of the other folks as well, but was they know that they can't, just because the offensive line is their clear need, they cannot just focus on offensive line at pick 18 in the first round. They're going to have to focus on getting the best player available, and I think that opens up a lot of possible options. I think that also really puts a focus on free agency. If you follow John Schneider's moves for the last, forever, really, since he's been here, he will try to do in free agency as much as possible so he can enter the draft without having a glaring need, so they can really just let the board speak to them. I think that's going to be the case here. I think the other thing that's going to be the case is I think the Seahawks really do want to draft a quarterback. And the things that I'm hearing are, one, they met with Jackson Dart, so I know that meeting happened. And I think that they did not meet with Quinn Ewers, at least officially, but there's some conversation that they're interested or they think that he's worth looking at. I think the other name at quarterback, just to keep an eye on, that I think I've mentioned to you guys before, is Tyler Shuck. He's a little bit older, but outside of that, he had the best combine of the quarterbacks and looks, I think, the most pro-ready of the quarterbacks that worked out. On the other side, Shedeur Sanders, I'm not sure he's going to be a first-round pick at the end of the day. I think there's some teams that have real questions about him.
Excuse me?
Was that Ron Rivera who did that? I think it was.
It was.
Rewind that back. What did you just say?
The conversations around Shedeur Sanders are not good. I think a lot of folks have real question about his makeup, about his tape, and when you look at him compared to the other quarterbacks in this class that are after Cam Ward, I think everyone sees it as Cam Ward alone in his own class, and then a big gap, and then I think Shedeur Sanders is in the scrum with the other guys, with Jackson Dart, with maybe even Tyler Shuck, with some of these other players. So I think there's a chance. The multiple people I talk to definitely think he's going to be in the 20s if he's drafted in the first round, and a few people think that he might not make it to the first round at all.
Wow. What's going on with DK Metcalf?
I don't think anything's gone on with DK Metcalf. Look, I think you guys, we've talked about it. I mean, Mike, you've talked about it for a while. I've talked about it all the way back when Russell
I'm sorry, Mike has?
I've been on it for a little while.
I know,
you guys
right?
been talking about it a while?
I think it makes sense that you would talk about it. I don't think if you listen to the Seahawks and you can interpret properly, the big conversation for how they hire their offensive coordinator was evaluating how that person was going to use DK Metcalf and accentuate DK Metcalf. Mike McDonald talks about him as the centerpiece of the offense. He talked differently about DK Metcalf than almost any other player on that roster outside of maybe Devin Witherspoon. And so, yes, as I talked to you guys the last time, there are not many good wide receivers in free agency. I don't think there's very many good wide receivers in the draft. And there's a lot of young quarterbacks that need targets. So, of course, teams are going to call about DK Metcalf. But I don't think the Seahawks have any intention of moving him. I think he's going to get extended. I think he's going to be here. And so I don't think there's much news on that front.
So would you do DK for a pick in the 20s and a downgraded wide receiver who could still start for you?
Oh, would I? I think DK Metcalf for me is someone I'd rather be looking at, a 1 and then a little bit like a 3 or a 4, like an A.J. Brown style trade. And I think that is a fair thing to ask for in this particular draft because of what I just mentioned. I just don't think I just don't think the Seahawks are going to do it. So, yeah, I personally, yes, I would entertain that. And I think that the Seahawks might be best set up by doing it. But I don't think the Seahawks are going to look at that too.
Well, here's what I think is going to happen today, tomorrow, this week, like a sense of urgency with the new league year right around the corner. I think Roy Robertson Harris is going to get released and Jenkins is going to get released and eventually Tyler at some point this week is going to get released. And there's going to be a lot more cap space available. Do you expect, and this is where I don't know, I'm confident in that, I don't know, but I'm hoping a Geno deal gets done this week so then the rest of the dominoes can fall. What was the momentum and the feeling about an extension with Geno over the course of the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, this is the one of the biggest learnings for me about the Combine is the actual workouts are like the least of the focus there. It is about front office people meeting with other front office people and meeting with agents. And John Schneider had his meeting with Geno Smith's agent last week to find out for really the first time, quote, the first time, what Geno's agents and representation believe his market should be and what his price should be. And the expectation should be that this is the week, ahead of free agency, that kind of deal gets done. It was, I think, March 6th was when he signed his free agent deal last time, ahead of when the league year opened. I think you should expect it to happen this week. I think John Schneider, Mike McDonald, everybody has indicated that they want that to happen. And so it's just a matter of what that number is. And I think that it's a huge, huge piece of the puzzle for the Seahawks in terms of creating the cap space they need to actually go out and get a guy like Drew Dahlman. So I think it happens. And, yeah, I think like you said, I think a lot of these other guys are going to be off the team or off the roster as well.
What is the number at which you would say, sorry, we're just not doing that?
It's less for me about the number. It's more for me about the length of time and guarantees. So I think anything that allows you to get, have Geno for the next 2 years and then, be able to move on, I think is a fine deal to have. So whether, people are going to, maybe jump out at $40 million or 45 and like they're going to say Geno Smith isn't worth that. I think, first of all, he is worth that relative to the quarterback market. Second of all, like you're still building your roster. So as long as you're in a situation where you can get out of this contract in a couple of years, I don't think there's a number that really hamstrings you because you're going to be able to prorate the signing bonus and move a lot of the cap space out into future years or the cap hit into future years. So that's the way I'd look at it.
100 interviews? Did I hear you say that earlier? 100 interviews?
Yeah, over 100. Yeah, I've got them all posted on our YouTube channel and up at patreon.com/Hawkblogger. So met with so many guys. Got a chance
Like
to meet with
one-on-one
Greg
interviews?
Cosell.
Like, was that in a scrum or 100 like one-on-one?
It's a mix. Most of them are scrum interviews, but yes, a lot of great conversations.
Wow. I thought TJ and Lyle were busy down there last week in spring training, Salk.
No.
That's a lot.
They're mostly just sitting on their butt. I didn't see them doing all that much. I certainly didn't do 100 interviews. Jeez. I'm just kidding. While you were interviewing and chatting with all those people, what was the talk in the combine in general in Indy about Myles Garrett? Where do you think that story ends up going?
You know, it's a really great question, but in the sense that it should have been a conversation point, but there wasn't a lot of discussion about it. Like, I think the assumption is that, you know, he clearly wants to be moved. Now, whether the Browns can find a deal that they're willing to do is another story entirely. So I did talk to someone from Cleveland about that, in particular, a reporter that covers the team, and they're expecting the move to happen, but they'd expect it to happen a lot closer to the draft, and maybe even happen after the draft. But you know, there wasn't a lot of buzz relative to Myles Garrett, and I think that teams are probably waiting to see what happens in free agency to decide whether or not they're going to put together a really large package for what is maybe the best defensive player in the league.
Yeah, I'm going to keep watching that one. Again, I don't know whether he ends up here, and that may just be an impossibility, but you end up with, the part of my reasoning on the DK Metcalf thing is, what does it look like if you trade DK and you get back a second number one, and that gives you a lot of flexibility to do what you want to do. You can use both of those picks on, one offense, one defensive lineman. You can trade one of those picks. You can try to trade into next year's draft a whole lot more easily if you're looking to get a quarterback next year. And if you want to use some of that capital to go get someone like Myles Garrett and still have something left to help your offensive line, gives you the opportunity to do so. So I'm watching that one. I'm watching DK, and we'll see where this all goes over the next few days. As you said, all of your various 100 interviews and everything else that you did at the Combine, all available. Give us the details again one more time.
YouTube.com/Hawkblogger.
There you go. Best place to go. Thanks, buddy. We appreciate it. Great work, and we'll talk again.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
All right, there you go. That was Brian Nemhauser of Hawkblogger.com and the YouTube channel and everything else. Doing a nice job, man. I told him this, at the Senior Bowl when we chatted with him. I love the transition he's made into being more of a member of the media rather than kind of an outsider. And I think it's working real well for him. He did great work at both events. And I love the opinion he brings, probably because of the background as a blogger, et cetera. Like, I really enjoyed the opinions that he brings with some of the information that he was able to gather while being at the Combine. And there's a few in there. We're going to dig a little deeper into some of them at 8 o'clock. But, I mean, look, when you start saying you think the Seahawks will draft a quarterback, you think the Seahawks will target and pay money for Dahlman at center that will listen on DK but actually not trade him because, Kubiak wants him, those are pretty big opinions and statements that could drastically change and alter the future of the franchise, starting with Dahlman. Okay. Anybody not want to sign up for them going out into free agency and picking up a legitimate center? That sounds perfect. Go get yourself a real center. Great start to the offseason. Everything else could be built off of that because that allows you to do whatever you need to do in the draft. If you could legitimately know that center is taken care of with a guy that can really play and has been doing it and is at the top of his game to go with your two tackles, that would allow you to do what you want in the draft. If the right guard is there for you, you can take him. If the right defensive tackle is there for you, you can take him. I don't know about this cockamamie idea that I saw today of them drafting a wide receiver at number 18, Golden out of Texas. No, thank you. I am a hard pass on that one. But it gives you so many options if you don't absolutely have to draft an interior offensive lineman, which right now I think almost would have to, because you haven't done the work in free agency to bring in another guy to just make your offensive line okay. So, yeah, I actually totally agree. That would be wonderful. Drafting a quarterback, necessary at some point. And the DK thing is probably where we're going to disagree. But we'll talk a little bit more about this at 8 o'clock. Brock is in next. And I do want to talk more about specifically one thing that everybody seems to be 100% committed to happening. What if it doesn't? It's next on Brock and Salk.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Brock, what is your bold prediction for the Seahawks this year?
Every day at 7:45.
I was looking at the numbers defensively when it was all said and done. Finished in the top 15 in your major categories. I think year 2 with more time on task. Year 2 with a couple additional pieces. Year 2 with everybody basically coming back defensively and hopefully adding a difference maker third corner. This could be a top 5 defense in the league.
Blue 88 answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump. New heat pumps from Home Comfort Alliance provide efficient heating and cooling in one unit. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months same as cash financing and up to 15% off through March. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save over $1,000 in your first year versus other major carriers. Plus, ask how to get iPhone 16e on us. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment tax and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual savings vary. For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Do you have to do the obvious thing? Do you have to do the thing that everybody expects? Do you have to do it this year? It's Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, and, of course, the Seattle Sports app. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Michael.
Nice to be with you this morning.
Yeah, you know, his life about have-tos. The old Larry Hills.
You had to be with me this morning.
Well, Lyle had to go to bed at 9:30, the earliest he's ever been to bed on this show, because he was so wiped out from last week.
Yeah.
Yeah. You, by the way, as I said to you before the show, I would not have had my opinion about your low testosterone based on your trip this year.
Maybe it's not low T so much as seasonal affect disorder. I just hate the freaking lousy weather. I'm turning into like our old boss, Brian. I just can't handle being in gray, lousy, cloudy, rainy, cold weather all the time.
Yeah, and then when you get sunshine, you just get chippy.
I do.
Happy and energized.
Are you 100% in, Brock, on the Seahawks taking an offensive lineman at 18? Or wherever they pick first if they trade back or whatever. Do they have to do that? How will you feel if the Seahawks don't draft an offensive lineman with their first pick that they have in this year's draft? Part of the reason I was thinking about this for two reasons yesterday. One is that what if all these guys aren't available? I was looking at Dane Brugler's draft this morning that he put together post-combine. I don't think you're going to like it at all.
Oh, great.
Let me run through just a little of this.
Okay.
He's got Cam Ward going number 1 to the Giants in a trade. Abdul Carter, the edge rusher, 2 to Cleveland. And then Tennessee takes Travis Hunter. Anyway, he's got Armand Membu number 4 to the Patriots.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Number 4.
Yeah.
Teams are warming up to the idea that Membu could go this high. His tape is good enough. His testing was more than good enough. So, yeah.
Okay.
Will Campbell, who Hawkblogger talked about yesterday, number 5. Guard tackle out of LSU to Jacksonville, number 5. Yeah.
Yeah, the NFL is a copycat league.
Shamar Stewart, number 8. That's a defensive end, but okay. Tyler Warren goes number 9 in this scenario. Tyler Booker, guard out of Alabama.
Yeah.
Number 10.
Oh, great.
To the Bears.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Number 10 to the Bears.
Great.
Another tight end. Another edge player. Corner, linebacker. Okay, yeah, Seahawks. Jahad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama, number 18. Though his off-ball instincts are still developing, Campbell didn't post 117 tackles last year on accident. His explosive speed and finishing skills are traits that make him a playmaker in the front 7. So in this scenario, your guy Gray Zabel is still available. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't see him as a first-round pick. He's got Kelvin Banks Junior out of Texas, going number 24 to Minnesota. Gray Zabel going 25 to Houston. So there are other guys that when Kenneth Grant is available in this scenario at 28. So, if those guys do go early, it does push some of the other names down a little bit. But I guess the reason I bring it up is A, some of the guys that you want might not be available in this copycat league.
Yep.
And B, I'm not done thinking that defense and specifically defensive line is their opportunity to be dominant in one category.
Yep. Just like we watched a season ago with this run on quarterbacks, and all of a sudden you had your pick of the litter really defensively with where you wanted to go. Latu goes right before Byron, and you're able to get, your biggest need at that point, your perceived biggest need with what you thought was the best player on the board. And if there's a run on all these offensive linemen and tight ends, because look at what Brock Bowers has done in Vegas, and look at what Philadelphia has done year after year after year, and reinforcing those trenches and these teams that need to now support a bunch of these young quarterbacks and build up those offensive lines. Yeah, I think by the time we get there in 6-7 weeks, that's a very realistic possibility. There's going to be a big time run on offensive linemen. So are you going to take a little lesser offensive lineman grade? Is that your have to? Do you just have to get an offensive lineman?
That would really bum me out.
Or if one of these D tackles or this linebacker, Jihad from Alabama, who's an off-ball linebacker plus a pass rusher and nickel edge rusher as well, right? If you just have a tremendous grade on one of these guys, what about the safety from South Carolina if he falls? Right, if he's sitting there at 18 and you've got that grade, if John Schneider,
he's an A, he's a legit star.
Yes,
yeah, that one would still be a little hard for me just because he plays off the ball. At some point, you're like, geez, just get the trenches set. But part of the reasoning for going offensive line first is that there are just so many similar defensive linemen in this draft. Here was Daniel Jeremiah with us a couple weeks ago.
He's not talking about the edge guys. Defensive tackles. So I've never had anything close to that. And so to put it in perspective, I went back and went through last year's list, and I had 12. It's literally twice as many.
So he's got twice as many starting defensive tackles in this draft as he did a year ago, which also led him to say that there's no way he would bring in a defensive lineman in free agency. But what if you get an offensive lineman in free agency? What if you do start, as Nemhauser said yesterday, what if you do start by
signing Drew Dahlman?
Starting Drew Dahlman. Now you got your center taken care of.
That's right.
Do you now have to go guard if the first round pick? Or could you go defensive tackle there?
Yeah, this is where, and I know this is early, and this will build and build and build. We will do draft prospects. We will kind of build a lot of conversations around these John Schneider shows with Wyman and Bob every afternoon, and we'll build to this. But my sense in just watching and covering John over all of these years is he just talks about these cliffs, right? He talks about these groupings of players. And I think what you're going to find, Salk, is, if you take Drew Dahlman, and this is what Hawkblogger's also been around it, you take him, you solve that, you don't have a have to. Then all of a sudden at 18 and then into the second round, you get those best players available, and there's going to be a large grouping, like a bunch of halibut, as I always say, down there on the ocean floor. Once there's a little cliff, you want to be right on the other side of that thing where they're all kind of gathered right there where the food is going to fall to them, where you've got that big gathering of prospects, and all of a sudden you take that second round guard and you still feel really, really good about it.
Yeah, JD in the 509 texts in, Salk, what if drafting a wide receiver at 18 ends up making the DK deal happen? Would you still be a hard pass? Yes. Do people not listen to me when I talk? Is that the problem?
No, I think part of the problem is the way you just say it right there. You read into these texts. You used mumble jumble voice yesterday in the opening segment. Right there, how do you know? He says, Salk! What if he just says Salk?
There's an exclamation point.
Okay, but there's not
I'm reading it with an exclamation
there's
point.
Not, okay, then say Salk. He doesn't say Salk. There's not a bunch of other A's.
Salk. What if drafting a wide receiver at 18 ends up making the DK deal happen? Would you still be a hard pass? Yes.
No.
Yes, I would. Do people, honestly, I feel like people don't listen to me. If anybody out there thinks that my idea of
Salk, what if he's saying you Salk? No, this is what I'm talking about. You trade, you get that extra first round pick, you still get your guard, and then you fill it with a guy that you love at receiver.
The whole idea of trading DK Metcalf is to change the way your team is built. It is to change your roster construction. It is not because I don't like
Salk.
DK Metcalf.
But Salk, we need stars. Just get the best players available. Don't get into have-tos.
Are you sure there's not a have-to still at guard, even if they sign Dahlman? How quickly we forget Satawa Lamea and his 1.6
I know. It's awful.
passer grade.
Absolutely awful.
But Lyle!
but Lyle.
Because Christian Haynes wasn't good enough.
Well, yeah, although Brady did say yesterday, and we're going to talk to Brady in 20 minutes, that the new scheme could help Christian Haynes. Something better, because he was drafted last year.
Hold on, was that Brady? Or I think that was Hawkblogger.
Oh, was it? I'm confusing the two. Really?
Salk!
I can't remember these things. Jeez. Salk, you're just learning that people don't listen? No, I think I've known it for a while, but I just occasionally get frustrated by it. Anyway, no, I don't know. Look, I understand that. That's a totally valid point of view. It's just that, you know, you got other needs. You know what would be really nice? If you had a second first-round pick.
Yeah,
that would really give you the opportunity to do what you need to do at two different positions rather than having
like receiver and guard.
A great receiver. All right, coming up, we'll give you guys everything you need to know, including two old friends meeting just 60 feet apart. It was yesterday, and we'll hear the sound next on Brock and Salk.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans? With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Well, good Tuesday morning, and if you have been with the same insurance agent and carrier for so long and you're getting more and more frustrated as you've watched your premiums rise, as you don't know really what you do have covered, if you're making too many assumptions, then do what Molly and I did. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. We heard so many of these First Mark Challenge victories that save people so much money, we decided we need to take this challenge, and boy, am I glad we did. Not only has it saved us thousands on our premiums, we know what we have covered, and it fits our family's needs. Here's how they did it for us, and here's how they'll do it for you. They will fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then they'll go to the market. They can do what you and I cannot do. Dozens of major carriers they have a relationship with to find you the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion. They're your teammate, and they spent the last 3 decades helping thousands of families, including mine, successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So please don't wait a morning longer. Go take the First Mark Challenge. Did I mention it's totally free? And you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got two great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/25.
Cal Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $4,000 off an energy-efficient Bryant cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, as I mentioned, Brock, it's fun when people get little reunions, and in this case, it was Cal Raleigh and Paul Sewald, who were 60 feet, 6 inches apart. Cal was in the batter's box. Paul was on the mound, and Cal got the better of it.
Here's the pitch to Cal Raleigh. Swinging a fly ball deep to right field. This one isn't coming back way onto the berm beyond the Cal Cleveland bullpen. Cal Raleigh jumps on Paul Sewald's first pitch. Cal pinch hitting for Jorge Polanco. And with that home run to right field, the Mariners have the lead 3-2, and that was a no-doubter, baby.
Cal won a little extra ABs after missing a day and with a day off today, and so he took Paul Sewald deep. How about that?
Do you know what term I really like in baseball, Salk? It's really grown on me over the years. Ambush. Oh, he ambushed that first pitch. It was almost as if he had seen him on the other end. It's almost as if he kind of knew what Paul liked to do, and he just ambushed that ball.
Why would you waste that then in spring training? Might see him again in the regular season.
Oh no! Now you put that little fear.
Oh, now there's a fear. Now
you see what Trey Turner did to Max Scherzer in the same way. That was pretty good too.
Yeah,
perfectly thrown strike, but I'm gonna challenge.
He challenged it just to mess with him. Offense clicked a little bit again yesterday, which was good. They beat Cleveland 7-2. 7-2. Las Montez another big day, doubled with a walk as well. Luis Castillo did give up both runs, but not till the third, and he did finish the inning, so that's good to see. Dylan Moore, Brock, hitless still.
He's looking for it. He's searching.
Jorge Polanco
is 0 for 17.
He's had bad springs before, though, I feel like.
Dylan?
Yeah, I think.
You sure?
No, but I think. Jorge Polanco, DH for the first time. He went 0 for 2. Dan Wilson, overall happy. He did say they're going to mix things up a little bit with the off day today.
I think George is probably we're going to hold him back and pitch him on Friday. So, that's where George is going to go at this point.
Yeah, so Bryce ends up pitching, I think, tomorrow, and that's how they're going to sort of move some things around. Ryan Divish on yesterday with Bump and Stacy says all of this is meaningless.
It's hard to sit there and glean anything. If anything, the takeaway is like they're healthy. I mean, that's the biggest takeaway is they're healthy, at least in the pitching staff. And the pitching staff, the starters look good. They're out there making their turns. They're not missing any time. The relievers that are recovering from surgeries, like Matt Brash, Jackson Coar, Trevor Gott, they're throwing. They're making their bullpens. They haven't experienced any setbacks. Andres Munoz is throwing 100 and got a changeup that might be the craziest pitch in all of baseball. So in that respect, I guess that's what you take away. A good start is if you have everybody healthy and ready to go.
So, doesn't matter. None of these results mean anything. Just a matter of whether or not they're healthy.
None of it's predictive.
I think he's sort of right about all of that. So anyway, good for him. Day off today. They'll get back to it tomorrow.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We were expecting some sort of roster moves from the Seahawks yesterday. Didn't happen. So we'll talk to Brady Henderson in 10 minutes, try to figure out what's going on there, because they do still need to be cap compliant by next week. And so lots of speculation. Tyler Lockett, Roy Robertson-Harris, Rayshon Jenkins, Dre Jones, sort of the four you mentioned yesterday. Yep. Lockett, perfect sense. Robertson-Harris strikes me again just because
it's just too high a number.
Doesn't he strike you as somebody that might return for a lower number?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think with this kind
rotational piece,
this whole defensive line crop in this draft in particular for veteran, older guys. Who's the other big fella in the middle that Mike McDonald pointed out a couple times?
Big Hank, Jonathan
Big
Hankins.
Big Hank, wearing those felt sweatsuits in the spa doing his podcasts. He may be another one of these guys. It's just going to be a league minimum guy.
We just need you to a lower number.
Yeah.
But the last two are sort of a little bit more troubling, right? They paid Rayshon Jenkins last year, kind of a bust as he gets hurt and then loses his job to Kobe Bryant. And Dre Jones was, if I'm not mistaken, the biggest free agent signing in the history of the franchise. And you let him go a couple of years in, it has not been a pretty picture.
Yeah, I don't know if Rayshon's a bust. That's a 2-year, $12 million deal. I mean, that was
it's just a deal that didn't work.
Yeah, he's just a
Is Dre
kind
Jones
of
a bust?
Dre would be a bust. Yeah, Dre I would put on that. That was not enough return on that investment.
Elsewhere around the league, Darius Slay released yesterday. Brock, you got any interest in a veteran corner?
We'll talk about him in Blue 88.
Okay. And then T. Higgins, also franchised for the second straight year in Cincinnati. Does that help the DK Metcalf market?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Although, as most of those speculated, including Schefter, this means that Cincinnati still owns his rights. If they want to trade him, right? You've seen this done before.
But you can't just sign him as a free agent. That's
right.
not going to be happening. He's not going to be in that market.
Nope.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I'm a little upset about this, Brock. I would like you to know that I was offended yesterday by what I saw. I was offended yesterday when I read the goodbye from Fox Sports to Jimmy Johnson. Yeah. He announced his retirement after 31 years on the network, 81 years old. Right. Where is the Brock Heward goodbye from Fox?
I'm not retiring.
But you're leaving. You're done doing that.
I mean, we'll see in the family. They want to keep me in the family, from what I understand.
But you're leaving being a broadcaster every Saturday.
For college
Are they not
sports.
going to make an announcement about that?
Maybe they want me. Maybe they want me on the set to fill in for Jimmy. Maybe they want to get younger.
Maybe. You weren't one of the names I saw listed. I did see a few, but none of them were.
None of them were me.
None of them were the Prince of Puyallup.
Okay.
I saw Chris Long, Howie's kid.
Man, that set has gotten old. By the way,
well,
that is an old set.
I went through this earlier.
Jimmy's 81.
Terry was 76. Howie is 65.
So I saw at a seminar 2 years ago, they had to feed Terry In-N-Out burgers. Like they individually stuff them in his face to get him from
Jimmy actually Jimmy looks and sounds pretty good for 81.
Yes.
Don't you think? Like he's doing pretty. I
don't think you and I will look and sound like that.
If you had told me one member of the Fox NFL show was retiring, I would have guessed it was Terry and not Jimmy.
Yes.
To be perfectly honest, and Howie
you would have said Terry's 81 and Jimmy's 76.
Howie's an old 65 now too. Anyway, here are some of the names suggested. Chris Long.
Terry was battling two different types of cancer.
I understand that. I'm not taking shots at him.
You keep saying he looks older than Jimmy.
He does. Chris Long, Dan Orlovsky, Chad Johnson, Mike McCarthy, Travis Kelce, Stephen A. Smith, all names I saw bandied about yesterday.
No, I think it would be Gronk.
Typically, Gronk's already there, though.
Exactly. So he's,
So nobody replaces him?
I would think
they just keep it smaller.
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't Stephen A. busy like trying to run for president these days or something like that?
I just said I saw the name. I didn't say I was taking it all that seriously. Kraken get back to it tonight. They're at home against Minnesota. NHL trade deadline, Brock, is on Friday. And that is everything you need to know. 15:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah.
So 3 hour nap for you yesterday, huh?
Yeah.
Did
I
you
got
nap
after it.
one time in Arizona?
No, I
not
didn't
one
need
time.
to.
That sunshine, the mid 80s, just kind of woke you up. All right.
Yesterday, I got down on the couch, just like, oh my gosh, I just was out. Like, it was an overwhelming.
You set your alarm?
I did.
Yes.
Yeah, I set my alarm for I think 3:30 because I had to go pick up Avery at 4:45, and I wanted to do some work first. So yeah, I lay down at 11:30, noon, whatever it was, and it just like washed. Like it was like, how you sometimes
like
use
one of those heavy lead, heavy lead blankets.
It was like that, except it was on my eyelids, and I just couldn't possibly keep them open any longer. It was great. Just a really, really good experience. Thankfully, though, on dry land, not on the boat, like our next guest, Brady Henderson. Why weren't there any roster moves yesterday? When are these going to happen? We got to talk to our guy, Brady, next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball.
Our goal really is to come out of spring training and to play that consistent brand of baseball from beginning to end.
Go behind the scenes with Wyman and Bob as the Seattle Mariners get ready for the 2025 season. All this week from 2 to 7.
What a masterful performance by the big right-hander Logan Gilbert.
And hear every pitch of spring training baseball on Seattle Sports. Streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Holy smokes.
I know we had all that wind last week. If you are noticing problems now with your roof, you got to call Riverside Roofing. It's Mike Salk here. I know we got a lot of roofers around this area. There's like thousands to choose from, but you got to go a little process of elimination here. Start by getting rid of anybody who's not GAF Master Elite certified. You don't want it, and that takes out 97%. Now you're down to the Elite 3. Well, then you got to look for experience. Riverside's got 35 years. Do they use the catch-all system, which makes sure your yard or your driveway is totally clear of any debris? Yep, check again for Riverside. Family-owned, local roots, stamp of approval from my household? Yep, and yep. That's why you go with the roofing company you can trust, Riverside Roofing. I know there's a lot of competitors, but Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. They do have openings this winter for your roof project, so have them out to your house this week. And if you call and you talk to Don or Brandon, that's Don's son, tell them that you heard about it here on 710 or from me, Mike Salk, and you'll get $1,000 off the cost of your roof replacement. How about that? Call 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com.
If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law, where we help all types of injury victims like Cynthia, who was T-boned by a truck.
The airbag shattered bones in my hand. I called Warrior Injury Law and was very happy with the outcome. Rob has integrity. He cares about people. He cares about his clients. I knew that I could trust Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review.
Eddie's! The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season's next tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Saturday, March 8th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-little leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then You spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Got a text here, Brock, that's from Seabass in Puyallup, who says, imagine what they could do to this defense by acquiring a second first-rounder by dealing DK. Go all defense. Get the All-American safety and a defensive lineman in the first round. Use your second and third round picks on linebacker and guard. Some good linebackers are going to be sitting around in the second, screaming Pro Bowler at you. Go get the mullet from Georgia and Ratledge for guard. Now your young nucleus on defense is Spoon, Reek, Emanwari, Murphy, first-round D lineman, second-round linebacker, sign Dahlman, release Lockett, Jenkins, Robertson, Harris, and more. And you're ready to compete right now and beyond.
Dude,
I gotta tell you, there's nothing about that I don't like.
Is that you said that was Seabass?
Yeah.
Is that my old pupil, Sebastian?
Maybe.
Okay, if that's you, Sebastian, let me know.
Okay.
Retext in.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
because he's going to take my job one day. Actually, he'll take your job.
Based
one day.
on what he just wrote, I think he's going to take my job. We basically see eye to eye. Brady Henderson joining us from the boat right now. Good morning, Brady. How are you?
What's up, fellas? How's it going?
Going well. We've been kind of in a holding pattern. We thought we were going to get Seahawks roster moves yesterday, and instead we're waiting. Are we going to get them soon?
I would imagine you're going to get them soon. Yeah, I would have thought either yesterday or today would be the first wave of those moves. They obviously have to make several cuts in addition to whatever trades or extensions that they might make. There's a handful of pretty clear cut situations that they're going to have to work through. And I would imagine that assuming Tyler Lockett is going to be one of them, they would probably want to do that separately. do some other guys first and then maybe do Lockett later in the week, just so that everybody can kind of give him his flowers, all at once, and he's not lumped in with, a bunch of other guys that they move on from. So I would guess today, either today or tomorrow at the latest, I would guess you're going to see, Roy Robertson Harris, maybe Draymond Jones, George Fant is another guy. I can't imagine them keeping, at least on his current contract, Rayshon Jenkins. I mean, you guys know the names. You guys have been talking about them. But
right.
I do wonder if we'll see them separate Lockett from that, just so that Lockett can.
Surprised. Well, when you say that, I'm surprised they wouldn't also do a separate day for Dre Jones.
I don't think he quite reached that level of excellence.
But they spent all that money on him, so I kind of figured there'd be sort of a similar. No,
Brady, you want me to slap him?
I think for that reason they would want to lump him in together with everybody else.
When do they have to be cap compliant? When is that deadline?
That's the actual start of the league year on Wednesday. But obviously, you would want to do it, but you'd want to be so before Monday, I think, just when the negotiating period opens. Yeah. But the actual deadline would be Wednesday.
So if you would anticipate these moves,
that's next Wednesday, not tomorrow.
Next Wednesday.
Just for anybody.
Next Wednesday,
the 12th.
So if you would anticipate these moves happening today, tomorrow, certainly this week before the new league year begins next week, when do you anticipate the biggest domino of this offseason to fall with Geno Smith?
Well, I think Geno would prefer that to happen sooner rather than later. I just don't know. I mean, it's hard to really say, Brock, because their timetable for extensions like this, meaning extensions for guys who are already under contract, that's, they typically do those like later in the offseason, either spring at the earliest or even sometimes, when players report back for the start of training camp in late July. I mean, think of, the Nwosu deal. A couple of years ago, Julian Love deal last year. I mean, those were extensions for guys already under contract that didn't happen until the start of training camp.
But those numbers, But those numbers, Brady, and those contracts pale in comparison to the numbers you're talking about here.
Right. That's one factor in it, is that I think there's incentive if you're going to be doing a deal for, bottom like absolute floor, I think would be $30 million plus a year. With, probably a $30-something million signing bonus. I'm just kind of pulling out numbers here. You're definitely going to want to do that. It would benefit the Seahawks to do that earlier than later, just because you then have an idea, a much clearer idea of what your, salary, what your cash and cap situation is going to look like as you navigate free agency. I think the other benefit to it, and the other part of the equation here is, just remember how badly Geno Smith wanted a new deal last year. And he was upset last summer after seeing all those other guys get paid. And I really believe, I've said this before, I think that was a factor in the, those 3-4 days he missed in training camp. I think he was making a little bit of a statement there. That would be my guess based on just kind of my read on the situation. And so he was upset enough last year to do that. I really don't think he's going to want to wait, for much of the offseason to get a new deal. Now, ultimately, yes, the Seahawks would win that stare down. If it got to a stare down, Geno Smith would cave before the Seahawks. I firmly believe that. They have a long history of really standing firm in contract negotiations like that. But if you're the Seahawks, you just really don't want to deal with that. You don't want to deal with a ticked-off quarterback all offseason who, again, I think that I imagine that he was so upset last year that if it came down to it, he would maybe skip OTAs. And you just want to avoid a situation like that when you're talking about installing a new offense, trying to mesh with whatever new pass catchers they have, whatever new offensive linemen they have. So I think there's incentive to get this deal done, this coming week. Not necessarily they have to, but I think there's plenty of incentive to get this deal done sooner rather than on their typical timeline for extension.
We talked yesterday to Brian Nemhauser, who said that he thought that Drew Dahlman, center from Atlanta, would be their top free agent target and that they would go hard after him. Do they have the money to do that? And what would you make of a signing like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think they will have the money. Certainly, they don't have it right now. But once they get through all of these, cuts and potential restructures, and maybe even some extensions that we're talking about, that would be another benefit of doing the Geno deal now. Is you could really take a huge chunk out of that $44.5 million cap charge that he's scheduled to have next season. That would buy you a whole lot of cap space. I think that they will have the money. I was just playing around with, over the Cavs cap calculator last night, and just some of those cuts that we talked about, they go from being a few million in the negative to being, $40 million or something like that. in the positive. And so, yeah, I mean, we know their history, right, with offensive linemen and just with free agents in general. Not big spenders, but could they spend $8-9 million on an offensive lineman in free agency this year, just knowing how much of a priority that needs to be? Yeah, I don't think they ever would have been in on someone like Trey Smith, considering he just got franchise tagged, meaning he would have been, $20 million plus in free agency. I just don't think that they are anywhere close to fishing in those waters. But if there's a guy like Booker, or the guy that comes to mind for me is Will Fries, the guard from Indianapolis, the 7th round pick from a few years ago, who's really played well. He's the guy that I'm going to really be monitoring. Just because I really think that, you could – I mean, they're definitely going to draft some offensive linemen, some interior guys, but that's still a very young group. I think Oluwatimi and Charles Cross would be the oldest guys on that group. So I definitely think they've got to sign another a veteran guy, kind of like, Laken Tomlinson was that veteran last year. I don't anticipate him being back. I think you've got to upgrade that position, and I think one of those interior three guys is going to be a veteran that they signed in free agency, and Will Fries is the guy to keep an eye on for me.
So when you're playing around with the over-the-cap calculator, are you doing that in the hammock on the top of the boat? Are you doing that with a drink in hand? When does a reporter like you just decide that, it's time to play the over-the-cap calculator?
I did that last night at about 10 o'clock, just standing in the same spot I'm standing right now in my little, makeshift
in the
home
galley.
office.
In the galley.
Yeah, well, sort of like looking at the galley. There's a little counter here where I set my thing up. So standing in the living room, looking over the galley, no drink in hand. I went to my best friend's wedding on Saturday, so I think I'm probably not drinking for at least a couple days.
That'll happen.
So that was water.
That'll happen. That'll happen to the best of us. Tell me where you were as the DK Metcalf rumors were flying over the weekend in Indianapolis, and we read quite a bit about the possibility of some teams being interested, specifically Green Bay. Where are you on the DK rumors?
I have not been able to independently confirm the details of that report, and so I don't know. That's not me saying that they're not correct or anything. Corbin is a good person, a good reporter. I just haven't been able to independently confirm those. So I don't know if I can't say specifically that they have talked to Green Bay and that all those details of who and what would be involved in it. I don't know that, but I can say that I think that there is some truth to the idea that they could trade DK Metcalf. I don't think that it's totally a non-starter. I've just heard enough conflicting things about the Green Bay report in particular that I don't really know what to believe there. But the idea that they could trade DK, I think that's absolutely true. And if that does happen, I would, the first questions I would be asking would be, okay, how much of this is the whole salary idea and having to give him a huge new contract and the danger of giving third contracts to receivers? How much of it is that? And how much of it is just the personality and feeling like, behind the scenes, maybe things have gotten difficult? Just because I think if you're fine with the personality and the fit in the locker room and everything, then I just don't see a $30 million extension being a huge jump from what he's already. I mean, he's making $24 million on his last deal. $30 million, that's sort of, just relative to the rising salary cap. So if you gave him a $30 million extension, maybe with similar framework as the last one, you're basically just giving him the same deal as you gave him, 3 years ago, just with the increase in the salary cap in mind. So if they're really hesitant to do that, I would wonder if it would be more about just maybe some stuff going on behind the scenes that they have grown tired of. I don't necessarily know that to be the case. I'm just saying I would wonder about that, just because I think football-wise, even with the argument that you've made incessantly, Mike, that that's about wanting to be a run-first team. I still think that you could pretty easily justify giving him a new deal, just because look, he's been a durable player. And he's been productive enough, I think, to justify that kind of money.
Well, maybe it's also thank you, Brady, for the
what
incessant
a great
line.
seriously, what
that.
a great word. Incessantly. Just snuck it right in there.
Yeah,
that's just a great
not
word.
untrue either.
No.
Maybe did I say that out loud?
Yeah,
I
think you might have. Yeah, that actually came out of your mouth. I would also wonder, though, whether another part of that could be just they don't want a third contract for a wide receiver. That's just not always great business.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, and you're seeing that around the NFL right now, right? Like Deebo Samuel, that was a third contract for him, I believe. and it didn't work out. I mean, obviously Tyler Lockett, they're in that situation right now with Tyler Lockett. The Rams are in that situation with Cooper Kupp. I think the DK is different from those guys in a couple ways. One is that, he hasn't had the injury issues that some of those guys have had, not Lockett, but that Cooper Kupp and Deebo Samuel have had. He's also, for being in the NFL for 6 years now, he is a younger guy. I mean, he's 2 years younger, 23 months younger than Deebo Samuel. So, the Deebo Samuel trade was fascinating because I was surprised that it was a 5th round pick. I mean, to me, that screamed like two sides that wanted to be done with each other so much that, the 49ers were willing to take on $30+ million in dead cap to only get a 5th round pick back for a guy. To me, if you're the Seahawks and you're thinking about doing this, I would not do it for anything less than a 1st round pick or a return package that this would maybe be hard to quantify if you're talking about involving other players, but something that would give you the equivalent return of a 1st round pick. And look, he is, he's 2 years younger than Deebo. He's been quite a bit healthier than Deebo. The production has probably been similar enough, and the contract is almost identical in terms of, $18 million and $17.5 million, something like that. So the contract situations were the same. The production has been similar enough. The question is, how much more could the Seahawks get for DK, considering he's 2 years younger and he's been quite a bit healthier? Again, is that enough to go from a 5th round for Deebo to a 1st rounder for DK? I don't know, but to me, I wouldn't do that deal for anything less than a 1st round pick.
Hey, last thing here, Brady, just into your crystal ball, and obviously just speculation here, but does Geno Smith get a deal done before the new league year begins Wednesday?
I think so. I think so. I think because both sides are going to be motivated to get it done. And I was just playing around with some numbers last night, and a deal that I came up with that, and obviously don't hold me to this, I'm not reporting this. This is just me writing down some numbers on a notepad. The number I came up with was 3 years, $102 million, and with a $36 million signing bonus. And I think that would accomplish a few things. It would get Geno a nice raise. It would give him, I think, $6.5 million more next season than he was scheduled to make already. It would obviously lower the cap hit quite a bit, and I think it would allow the Seahawks to still kind of go year to year with him. And if that was something they wanted to do on his last deal, structure it in a way that would allow them to move on after one season with manageable cap hits, I imagine that would still be something they would want to do this time around too. And that kind of deal would give them that flexibility, I think. So 3 years, $102 million is the number that I have in mind, $34 million a year.
Pretty good. Brady, thank you. You got a couple more days left here before you are back on the clock for the league year beginning on March 12th. So I assume you'll be out, playing golf and such, as you should be. So we'll chat soon. Great stuff as always, buddy. We'll talk soon.
You bet, guys. Thanks for having me. See ya.
There you go. Brady Henderson from ESPN and ESPN.com and everywhere else with great information, as always.
Incessantly.
That was very unnecessary.
You just snuck it right in.
Yeah, you didn't need to do that.
I mean, so well, though.
That was really,
Mike, as you talked about incessantly, I mean, just dropped it like a hammer.
Very, very, very unnecessary. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, I probably could have asked this question of Brady, Brock, but I will ask you instead. The Seahawks have a decision to make on Charles Cross.
Yes.
He's got a $17 million option for his 5th year. That's not this coming year.
That's right.
That's for the year after that.
Yeah.
But now is the time where you decide whether or not to pick it up, should they?
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Unlike Jordan Brooks, right? They had that option a couple years ago.
This will be the first one in forever, right?
Yeah. This one you absolutely do. This one you do. And that number for starting left tackle of his caliber is a very, very palatable number. As were, by the way, those numbers that Brady just mentioned right there, 33 a year for Geno. We've talked about 35, 40, 45 kind of being the winning, lottery tickets. Come in at 33 average per year would be a tremendous win, I would think, for the Seahawks. And this has been one of those tremendous picks. Charles played great football this year. Now, he's coming off his 3rd year. So the ability to restructure that deal, sheesh, with all this other business they have to do is Brady was kind of laying out all of these cuts and then restructures and Ernest Jones and I don't think that Charles Cross thing will happen anytime soon. That's one you kind of, I think, put on the back burner.
Don't you have to decide soon?
No, you have to decide on that option and say, yeah, we'll do that.
But not the
and that doesn't preclude you.
restructure.
Yeah, that doesn't preclude you from restructuring or anything else. That's that's doing the business of saying, yeah, we will absolutely be on the hook for that $17 million guarantee for his 5th year, because that is a pretty darn palatable number.
All right, question number 2. Well, we heard it yesterday, and now more and more people seem to be on this bandwagon that Shedeur Sanders is not going to be picked where people originally thought. That while most quarterbacks see their stock rise this time of year, his is going the other direction. Here's Todd McShay.
A couple of the quotes that I put in there. One said that it wasn't a professional approach. One person that I talked to said the best way I can describe it is it just wasn't a professional approach. Shedeur Sanders did not take a professional approach to this interview. The other person I talked to said he wasn't taking it seriously at all. I didn't get the sense that he was taking it seriously. So when you hear it wasn't a professional approach and you hear he wasn't taking it all that seriously, that's not the interview that you're looking. It's not the response you're looking for from a potential suitor, from somewhere you plan to go play.
Wow, how important is that with Shedeur Sanders?
These next 7+ weeks, we see this every year with quarterbacks, right? We see them, as you said, kind of rise up, as Bo Nix did last year, from a 2nd-round pick to ultimately the 12th pick. Had so much conversation about Michael Penix and where does he fall and the injury history and all this, and ultimately he goes into the top 10. Conversely, your guy Mayonnaise Boy Levis a couple years ago was a top 10 guy, and as he's eating more and more mayonnaise in his coffee, he's dropping to the 2nd round. So it can go a little bit of both ways here, but there will never be anybody like this. Shedeur will be absolutely the most fascinating story over the next 7-8 weeks because of his father. Because his dad still holds a really heavy hand and, wields a lot of power. And if he wants to go into attack mode on some of these guys and try to kind of end their reputation and end their career, I don't think Deion will back off from that. He'll take the high road at times, and he knows the address to the high road. But if he feels like his name or his son's name or that last name is being threatened and it's being done with ulterior motives in mind to try to, tear the kid apart, he will absolutely come out with claws. So this is going to be one of the more fascinating journeys to navigate over the next 7 to 8 weeks. And then ultimately you put the game tape on. And there's some people that I've texted with that said, he's been sacked 130 times.
Yeah.
And I know his O-line was bad, but get rid of the football. Like, have a process, have a understanding of the pocket. Like, yeah, you don't turn it over necessarily, and you don't throw picks, but all you do is just sabotage your offense by taking all of these sacks. Average athlete, average size, average arm. Why are we putting them in this class of top 5 or one of ones? And then lastly was listening to, I think it was ESPN or PFF. One of them had just their grades, just their flat out grades of the last 5 years of QB prospects. So that just they're, sitting at this point, do the combine, do the film. What's your pre-draft grade? He was with Kenny Pickett. That's where his grade was. It was, out of the last 5 years, it was the 2nd lowest QB grade at this time, right next to Kenny Pickett, who went late 1st round. So, again, it will be an absolutely fascinating ride to draft night.
All right, question number 3. In the meantime, Darius Slay, who's been a really productive player, leader, etc., as a cornerback, was released yesterday. Brock, is he a fit?
I don't think so. He's 34 years old. I think he wants to go back for one more ride to Detroit. That's where his roots are.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I think there's already been kind of hints at that, and that would to me make kind of the most sense, is to go back where it all started, where he got built up, where he's still got a lot of relationship, where he's fairly beloved. To think he's going to come all the way across the country into places with relationships that he does not have, that he does not know at that age and stage. And unlike Myles Garrett, when you've talked about that incessantly, you trade for him. That's an organization that's trading. This is a free agent. It's going to have his pick. it feels like Seattle will be a long, long ways away from his wish list.
That makes sense. All right, there you go. That is today's version of Blue 88, and of course we do that every morning at 7:45. Brady, a lot in there from Brady Henderson, but specifically saying that he doesn't think that the DK stuff is crazy. In fact, he thinks there could very well be some
and
truth
it kind
there.
of points to the friction a little bit, right? This is just his speculation, so I don't want to put words in his mouth. I don't want to create some headline that Brady Henderson said this or said that, but the feeling of, you know what, if you really want the guy and you really feel like it, then you find a way to, move these numbers and get from 24 to 30. But if there is some fireworks and there is some friction, and by the way, not uncommon. Deebo Samuel had a hard time getting along. A.J. Brown in Tennessee kind of had a hard time getting along. Stephon Diggs in Buffalo, had a hard time getting along. Years together in that marriage between QB and receiver, not always the easiest thing to sustain for years and years and years and years, especially guys that can be a bit volatile and a bit emotional, like a DK can be at times. So, that's another kind of ember to throw into the fire.
Dave Wyman's going to join us at 8:30. We'll head down to Peoria and get a sense as to what's going on down there and what they've seen. The afternoon show going to be there all this week, Wyman and Bob. But before we do it, Brock, I got 3 pieces of sound I need to play for you. They all came from our show yesterday and all lead to serious, serious conversations about the future of the Seahawks. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
When a team tells you over and over and over and over, whether it's John Schneider saying, he's our guy, or it's Mike McDonald saying, we like Gino. Don't know why it's such a big discussion. When a team is basically screaming at you, we're going to extend this guy. We really want to keep him. I think at that point, you just need to accept, okay, what's the real conversation we need to have about Gino then? Because it's not going to be whether or not he's here.
He's going to be here.
Yeah.
This is the guy, and I've been trying to prep y'all for this, but for some reason,
People
y'all don't want to listen to me.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance Heat Pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in one unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
At Sound Pain Solutions, some of the most difficult cases we see are patients suffering from failed back surgery syndrome. Bill is an avid golfer, but his pain got so bad he couldn't play and was considering surgery.
My back was killing me. I could not play any more golf. I could not walk more than half a block. I did not want surgery on my back, and I researched many different ways of getting this fixed. Behind that was horror stories from my friends who had back surgery, but it wasn't worth it, and I just made conclusion to that. There's got to be another way.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We were able to get Bill back on the course without the risk of surgery. We did this using non-invasive, FDA-cleared procedures like non-surgical decompression, laser, pressure wave, and bioelectrical treatments. Now, Bill is back to playing golf and enjoying life. Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our non-surgical and drug-free treatment by calling Sound Pain Solutions or visiting soundpainsolutions.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They got openings this winter for your roof project. Call 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com, the roofing company you can trust.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Interesting. Some good questions coming in.
For Answer the Question Jerk today?
Yeah. Can I just give a little? I know you want to get to 3 good questions that you've got from Hawkblogger yesterday. How about this is how is Phil? This is how I feel. When management is buying company merchandise, should they A, focus on functionality and comfort, or B, focus on trends and hype? Oh, good question.
Trends and hype?
Trends and just kind of hype.
Okay.
You know, kind of the brands,
Wow.
or functionality.
Wow, that'll be quite the debate at 9:45 today. We'll really get down in the nitty gritty with that one. Yesterday, Brian Nemhauser joined us. You may know him as Hawkblogger. 3 things he said, Brock, really stood out, and I wanted to spend a little bit more time on. Let's start with this one.
I think the Seahawks really do want to draft a quarterback, and the things that I'm hearing are, one, I mean, they met with Jackson Dart. So I know that meeting happened. I think now they did not meet with Quinn Ewers, at least officially, but there's some conversation that they're interested or they think that he's worth looking at. I think the other name at quarterback, just to keep an eye on, that I think I've mentioned to you guys before, is Tyler Shuck. He's a little bit older, but outside of that, he had the best combine of the quarterbacks and looks, I think, the most pro-ready.
Is this the year, Brock, where the Seahawks finally draft a quarterback in a later round?
Yeah, this is tough for me to answer on March 4th. This will be much easier to answer, call it April 24th, when we see how much hay gets in the barn with the rest of their roster. Tell me about Drew Dahlman. Tell me about the free agency. Tell me about the moves that they have made so that draft board can sing and speak to Schneider the way I think he wants it to, which is kind of best player available. Are they going to reach? Are they going to take a Jackson Dart or take the Tyler Shuck at 18 if we get to that point?
Hope not.
To me, yeah, I would hope not.
That doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, but if they, have a bunch of the other constructs in place and they feel like, yep, this is a guy in the 2nd or 3rd round, that we have that kind of grade.
Why do you think we are hearing those types of rumors, though, more now than ever before?
Because Geno's 34. He'll be 35 next fall. I think Sam Howell is just a very, average guy, and last year did not play particularly well when given opportunities. So,
I think the second one you mentioned has got to be a part of this, because for years they did not go in the direction ever of finding a backup quarterback and in the draft. And I've got to imagine that for a lot of those years, it's because they were comfortable either with Geno Smith as Russell Wilson's backup or with Drew Lock as the backup. Like there must have always been some sort of a feeling like they didn't need to do that because they were pretty content with not just one, but two quarterbacks on their roster. I can't imagine that that's the case now. And so maybe that's why it becomes
and I think some
more
of this
pressing.
evaluation, I think that's easier again to say kind of March 4th than it is as we get to late March. Let's look at Geno's deal. Let's look at the structure of that deal. And then also, have a vision towards the following season, right? Where there is going to be, I think, some variety of more talented QBs that stretches a little bit
the one
deeper.
that I keep looking at. It's like, how do you get back into next year's draft twice to potentially give yourself ammo if that's a direction you want to go? You mentioned Drew Dahlman, the center in Atlanta, and according to Brian Nemhauser, he thinks that will be a major priority for the Seahawks this offseason.
And so I'm putting two and two together. I think Drew Dahlman's their top free agent target. I think he's plan A, probably plan B as well. I think they're going to try to spend real money to get him. And I think if you get him, then you really have set up your draft to take whoever the best offensive lineman you want to take. Maybe not with your first pick, but maybe in the second round at 50 and still have a just significantly better offensive line. If you want to get really aggressive, you take Drew Dahlman in free agency, and then you add a guy like maybe, if you get lucky, Armand Membu comes in and can play guard for you. Maybe you get a Donovan Jackson. I think Will Campbell realistically could fall to the Seahawks at 18, and I think could be one of the best guards in football.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about
We'll
that.
see. Both of those names were top 5 in Dane Brugler's mock draft today, but Brady kind of didn't jump as highly on the Drew Dahlman thing when we asked him. He pointed to the guy Cincinnati released. I'm blanking on the name.
No, he pointed to the guy in Indianapolis, Will Fries.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
who
yes.
was a guard there in Indy, former 7th rounder, played well, got injured this last season, would not cost as much as Drew Dahlman. Drew Dahlman's going to be an expensive piece, going to be probably the most expensive, free agent offensive lineman they've ever spent on.
Good.
It's not a 1 year, $8 million Luke Jogel. It's not a 1 year, $4 million. Yeah.
Good. That sounds good. I'd like that.
Creed Humphrey, as I said, was a 4 year, $72 million, so $18 million per, kind of reset the center market.
I mean, we keep saying that since they lost their center and Max Unger all those years ago, it hasn't been the same.
It's over a decade ago.
Right. So go spend some freaking money and make that happen at the center position.
Yeah, I think where the most fire was to that was, man, you've invested in this scheme significantly. You've invested with the O-line coach, the assistant O-line coach. We can go through all even the run game cartoonist, all of it. You've invested in this scheme. So why would you not want to further that and actually have the guy on the field that makes the calls, that's been in the scheme, that knows how to do it, knows how to walk it, knows how to talk it, knows how to live it? Why would you not want that on the field? If you have all that instruction and all that just kind of intellectual property, why wouldn't you also want that mouthpiece right there in the middle of that offensive line? I think that makes a lot of sense.
The last piece of this, of course, are the DK Metcalf trade rumors, and this was Brian's take on them.
I don't think anything's gone on with DK Metcalf. Look, I think you guys, we've talked about it. Mike, you've talked about it for a while. I've talked about it. I think it makes sense that you would talk about it. I don't think if you listen to the Seahawks and you can interpret properly, the big conversation for how they hired their offensive coordinator was evaluating how that person was going to use DK Metcalf and accentuate DK Metcalf. Mike McDonald talks about him as the centerpiece of the offense. He talks differently about DK Metcalf than almost any other player on that roster outside of maybe Devin Witherspoon. And so, yes, as I talked to you guys the last time, there are not many good wide receivers in free agency. I don't think there's very many good wide receivers in the draft. And there's a lot of young quarterbacks that need targets. So, of course, teams are going to call about DK Metcalf. But I don't think the Seahawks have any intention of moving him. I think he's going to get extended. I think he's going to be here.
Well, that is, certainly a take on it. And, it lends a lot of credibility to other teams calling. would the Seahawks at that point just say, yeah, we're listening, but we're not going to do it because our offensive coordinator has said he likes him? Maybe. But I thought Brady kind of went the other direction on this and basically said, no, I wouldn't be that surprised if something ends up getting done.
And this may be one of those moments that's a little, I'm the GM, the team builder, and you're the head coach. Right, not in a negative or a friction or anything, but
just they have two different views on it.
Yeah, I mean, Mike McDonald loves the competitive grit and spirit of DK Metcalf. He loves the freaking toughness of it. Right, there is kind of a Devin Witherspoon, who's the equivalent on offense, pound for pound and just ferocity that which he plays the game. Yeah, totally get why Mike McDonald loves that guy as a competitor and has spoke about him incessantly. Like Salk. Like I totally understand
would you
that.
Leave it alone. Now you're the incessant one who keeps saying incessantly.
Yes. But the team builder says that's all great, and I totally get all of that. But from a team construction standpoint, is we get to kind of basics here, and we add to the big people here. I do think maybe a key component of this, Salk, is I'd be kind of fascinating to see what their wide receiver draft board looks like. Like if I could peek my little head in there now and kind of start to see the grades and how they line up.
Not necessarily in the first or even second round, but like those mid-round wide receivers.
That's right.
Yeah.
And maybe second round into third round into fourth. Like, is there a grouping there that you really like?
Because that would make it easier.
Yeah, because while Brady was on the over-the-cap calculator last night, I was in the bathtub looking at the deep free agent wide receiver list. And like, oh, no.
Yeah, there's not much there.
No, there is not
very much not much there. Look, I don't know what's going to happen with this. Brady with one take, Brian with another. We've talked to a million people about it. The only thing I just don't understand is someone like 360 saying, DK's not going anywhere. Yeah, okay. Sure, man. Just like Russell wasn't going anywhere. Like,
how many thousand?
Those things are true until they're not.
Can you go back on that text toy? How far back can you go on that text toy?
Far.
Can you? Can you go back years? Can you go back to March of when was that Russell was traded?
I don't think so.
And look at all of those texts that said the same thing. You guys are clickbait. You're just trying to make up drama. You're just trying to. Russell's not going anywhere. Listen to the professor. He's not getting traded. He's not doing anything.
Yeah, these things do happen, especially when there's some smoke. And I would say right now there's definitely smoke. Will that lead to fire? Don't know. It doesn't always. But to say it's not going to happen, I don't know. He says DK's not going anywhere unless they get absolutely blown away with an offer, which they won't because receivers in the trade market have not brought much in the last few years. DK's not going anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Deebo Samuel didn't bring much. A.J. Brown sure did. I know that was a few years ago now. Yeah, they haven't had somebody quite like DK potentially available. It's been much older receivers. He's only 27. That definitely changes.
Yeah, in a draft class in a market that's pretty soft.
All right. Let's come right back. Dave Wyman's going to join us in 20 minutes. We'll go to Peoria and find out what those guys are doing.
Wake him up.
Are you going to start texting him now so that he's
Wake
awake?
him up, Maura.
Okay, Moore's going to do that.
Call left, go.
Have
him shake the bed.
After everything you need to know next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
People still weighing in on Geno and options, alternatives. Some saying, well, you guys are just satisfied with mediocrity. Some saying, get rid of him, take that 45, put it all into the O-line, and in 2 to 4 years, you're going to be ready to go.
With who at quarterback?
I don't know.
Somebody that you draft somebody in the third round like Russell Wilson?
Well, maybe somebody you draft in the next year's draft when it's going to be maybe a better quarterback draft. I don't know. This feels like the wrong year to be looking. It doesn't mean one of these guys won't become superstars. We'll see.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. Yeah, I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today. MSRP for stock number 26315 is $30,585.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
I just had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection on my roof because I wanted to be proactive and handle any small problems before they became big problems, and they were extremely professional with their communication and recommendations. You really need an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on mine. Allow them to work for you, too. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Fun to see Cal Raleigh and Paul Sewald out there on the same field, but facing each other as enemies this time, sworn enemies instead of teammates. Cal got the better of the matchup.
Here's the pitch to Cal Raleigh. Swinging a fly ball deep to right field. This one isn't coming back way onto the berm beyond the Cal Cleveland bullpen. Cal Raleigh jumps on Paul Sewell's first pitch. Cal pinch hitting for Jorge Polanco. And with that home run to right field, the Mariners have the lead 3-2, and that was a no-doubter, baby.
Yeah, sure was. We'll ask Dave Wyman about it when we talk to him. Coming up in about 15 minutes. Brock, he wasn't the only one yesterday. You know, who had another nice day at the plate?
Montez.
Yeah, Laz Montez.
A couple walks, too.
Yeah, and another big double the other way. Look, I'm not saying he's ready to be a major leaguer, but I did ask Lyle earlier, like, what are the chances we see him in the big leagues this year? He's probably, or at least very well could, start the year at Double-A. He'd have to really do some damage in a very hard place to hit in Arkansas.
Yep. So he finished the year in Everett, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So then the next step would be from Everett to Double-A.
Yes.
I would think with this spring.
I would hope after this spring he's in Double-A. I mean, he looks like he's. You would want to reward that, don't you think? The kind of work that he's done and the at-bats he's had, the defense he's played. I would want to at least reward that with Double-A. And if he's in Double-A, you know, if the Mitches struggle and other people, you know, who knows?
The big thing to watch will be his strikeout rate. If he keeps it somewhat down, yeah, maybe there's an outside chance, but that has been his Achilles heel a little bit so far.
That makes a lot of sense. On the pitching side of it, Luis Castillo was really good through the first 2 innings, did give up a couple runs in the third, but made it through 3 innings total. Dan Wilson happy with the pitching in general.
I thought the Rock threw very, very well. Gave us 3+, and you know, then the rest of the guys threw the ball extremely well, keeping the ball down, you know, no trouble coming out of the bullpen at all. Fujinami looked really, really good today. Attacked the strike zone. I thought it was a marked improvement from his last outing and looked really, really strong today. And then Jack Lopez, pretty impressive at shortstop. Some nice plays down there.
I'm glad his name is Jack, by the way, because every time I see J. Lopez in the box score, it kind of stirs me back to the old Jose.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Well, I thought you were going to say you think Jennifer.
No,
J-Lo.
J-Lo. No.
Yeah, an A-Rod.
No.
Yeah, no. Jose
How's that
Lopez.
guy doing that hadn't pitched in 5 years in the bigs? He's
Both
done
of those
okay,
guys
right?
have actually been pretty good.
I think so.
Both Pomerantz and Neftali Feliz have been okay.
Wait, that just reminded me, was Drew Pomerantz there while we were there?
He pitched the other day.
Yeah.
Man, I didn't even notice him walking
He
around.
pitched, I think, one of the games we went to. He definitely
you're
pitched.
all into the young guys.
Yeah.
Let's be clear. You've got a bias to the young
Drew
people.
Pomerantz was definitely there, and I don't think he's given up a run yet. I think
got
he's
old
pitched
man
pretty well.
bias, Lyle. You realize that? You got old man
that
bias.
much interest to watch Neftali Feliz.
Why
I don't know
not?
if you want me to
Why
because
not?
he's like 39.
You're an oldest.
Yeah.
You're an oldest.
Sometimes those guys come back around and pitch well in any event. I think Neftali Feliz is one of the guys who had a scoreless inning yesterday,
sure
if I'm not mistaken.
Respect your elders, Lyle.
Respect Neftali Feliz and everything he's done for this game. How dare you? Day off today. They get back to it tomorrow.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Still waiting on these roster moves for the Seahawks, Brock, that you and Brady have promised us, but nothing. Nothing yet. Brady said hopefully today, and I'm sure he's waiting on it so he can move on with his life and, you know, plan whatever else he needs to do. There will be moves because they've got to be cap compliant by next Wednesday, and that means Tyler Lockett, Roy Robertson-Harris, Rayshon Jenkins, Dre Jones, maybe George Fant, maybe Noah Fant. There are a lot of names that could very well be cut here in the next few days.
Did he mentioned Noah Fant, right?
He mentioned George. I don't think he mentioned Noah.
He mentioned George? Are you sure?
No.
I thought it was Noah Fant.
I think he mentioned George Fant.
Okay. That would make a little more sense.
Either of them would make some sense.
Well, I think if you're going to be a 12 team, I think in the way that Noah played, especially the back end and the back half of last season, I know this is a deep tight end draft. I'd like to have somebody with some level of experience in there. So that one would surprise me just a little bit.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Well,
That's a big number, though.
I'm not predicting it, just saying that he's another guy on that list with big numbers and not maybe as much productivity as the numbers would suggest. T. Higgins, by the way, franchised yesterday for the second straight year, so he's another quarter.
You know who's not going to be
receiver
franchised
that won't
today?
be out there in the market.
You know who's not going to be franchised, looks like today? Sam Darnold. Could franchise him and just kind of for a year had him and JJ, and looks like they're not going to do that.
You want to work out a deal with him? Are they crazy? I wouldn't work out a deal with him. I just let him go. You got JJ McCarthy. You just got to move on with that.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Oh, man, Fox brought big shakeup for the NFL pre, post, and halftime show. Jimmy Johnson announcing his retirement after 31 years, 81 years old. It's crazy that he
I think
hasn't.
this is it, right? I think didn't Menifee kind of joke around when he was on with us, if I remember right, a couple months ago, that they've had a lot of longevity and there's been flirtations of retirement, especially with Jimmy.
Jimmy said the last 3 or 4 years.
That's
he's
right.
Debated it.
Yes.
So he's done. Terry Bradshaw, is Terry going to retire also?
I don't think so.
You think he waits another year to do it separately?
Probably. I don't think you want to, move on from Bull.
And then Howie Long, 65. We'll see how much longer Howie wants to do it.
Yep.
Did see names listed. Chris Long, Dan Orlovsky, Chad Johnson.
Chad's been there. Chad's been doing a bunch of stuff
He'd
at
be
Fox.
interesting.
Usually Fox stays in the family.
He's a pretty interesting
Usually
guy.
they like to elevate.
Mike
yeah.
McCarthy. Travis Kelce's an interesting one.
Travis?
Yeah.
He's not retiring.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, maybe you wait a year. Then he comes in.
Maybe.
And then Stephen A. Smith, but as Lyle pointed out, he's busy running for president or whatever.
What about the Gronk full time?
Well, I think that's already happening. I think the question is, who else would you add in addition to somebody who's already there?
There's a lot there.
With Gronk?
A lot. Yeah, I mean, there's already.
Are you giving more airtime to Gronk? I'm not. I don't think that's the direction I would go. Kraken will be back at it tonight. They're at home against Minnesota. A couple days left before Friday's trade deadline. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. You think Wyman's up?
Did we figure out
It's 9:30 there. I think they're up.
So
I sent a confirmation text.
Okay.
And he said, perfect timing, just leaving Starbucks.
Oh, there you go.
Good.
Maybe he's so slay. We'll find out whether or not
do you think he got a personalized message?
We'll find out whether or not the Starbucks baristas are as impressed with Dave as they were with Brock.
No.
We'll find out next on Brock and Salk. Sales Sports on 710, CLSports.com.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Brock, what is your bold prediction for the Seahawks this year?
Every day at 7:45.
I was looking at the numbers defensively when it was all said and done. Finished in the top 15 in your major categories. I think year 2 with more time on task. Year 2 with a couple additional pieces. Year 2 with everybody basically coming back defensively and hopefully adding a difference maker third corner. This could be a top 5 defense in the league.
Blue 88 answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Well, we are back now from our time in the desert, and it's so cool just seeing the pro athletes up close. They've been working out. They've been, getting themselves into peak physical condition as only pro athletes can because they've got the time, money, resources, etc. But we may not have all the same amount of time. You could still get into the same best shape of your own life, just like these guys do, and it only takes 45 days. Yes, you could lose essentially a pound a day with the help of the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It worked for me, and it can for you as well. I lost 10 pounds in a week, 35 pounds after 8 short weeks, feeling healthy, eating great, delicious, fresh meals that you buy at the grocery store. No pills, no fake food, no injections. Pretty awesome. You can do this as well. 15-minute call is all it takes. No obligation. Just schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossklinic.com. You got nothing to lose other than a ton of weight. Again, go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you. With aggressive auto insurance lawyers on your side, you will secure the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
Celebrate the best of the best in Washington sports with the 90th annual Sports Star of the Year Award Show on King 5. Legendary athletes and today's stars come together for one spectacular night of sports accolades. Hosted by Steve Rabel and Jordan Babineau, featuring Kenny Mayne, Cal Raleigh, Fred Couples, Jessica Campbell, Gary Payton, and Marshawn Lynch. The 90th annual Sports Star of the Year Award Show presented by Microsoft. Saturday, March 8th at 7 on King 5. Visit seattlesports.org for more.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
I was having trouble getting up and down my stairs at home. I thought, well, this isn't going to work because how am I going to go to Utah and do some hiking?
When Judy came to Sound Pain Solutions, her knee pain was preventing her from enjoying an active lifestyle. She was diagnosed with osteoarthritis. She tried numerous treatments and was told she should have surgery. I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We were able to get Judy back to hiking with our comprehensive, non-surgical, and drug-free treatment.
I think that the Trigenics that they do along with the adjustment, the pressure wave, and the PRP are the best options for joint pain. And I would really recommend it to anybody who is suffering from joint pain and would like to avoid surgery.
Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our safe, drug-free, non-surgical treatment by calling Sound Pain Solutions or visiting soundpainsolutions.com.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports at 97.3 FM HD2.
I don't know what's wrong with me, Brock. I'm looking at like TMZ things here this morning. I got a story about Faster Pussycat singer Tame Down. He got into an argument with his fiance on the 80s themed cruise that he was on.
Oh.
And then she went overboard later that night, and the body is missing.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any sense of foul play, but there's a question as to whether she jumped or fell. She was drunk, and that's kind of a mess. And then I was also reading about I saw Faster Pussycat years ago. They're pretty good. Reading here about Jordan Schultz breaking his silence on the big altercation with Ian Rappaport. Yeah. He says what happened before Ian and I probably have been brewing for quite some time, he said on 670 The Score. Just felt like I needed to say what I said and make it clear that I didn't appreciate the way he was talking about me. I felt that I did that.
Nice.
Goes on to say, obviously you saw the photo. I don't think the photo was particularly intimidating. Regardless of how you view it, I just felt like it was an important thing to say, important to get off my chest. I thought I did it. Hopefully we can move forward. So maybe all's well that ends well.
Great.
With Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz and their big fight. Dave Wyman joining us now from Peoria, from Wyman and Bob. Dave, good morning. Thanks for getting up and chatting with us today.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry, I was having a nice conversation with Maura there, and that was my fault, not hers.
Maura's she's growing into a better phone person. She's not always been great, like, phone talker, but she's working on that skill, she said.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I never noticed that. I guess it's just because she's always nice to me, Mike. I don't know what your problem is.
That must be it. And oddly, she's never nice to me. So it must be some sort of a difference in our personalities. I should probably head to therapy and try to work through that. Dave, you've been down there now for not that long, but what has drawn your attention right off the bat?
Yeah, right off the bat, when you walk in and all the money that they put into the facility, and just to make it very, I don't know, it just seems very high end. And I don't know why, but, kind of going along with that is sort of an expectation. And so the same way with the few players we did talk to, we got a chance to just chat with Cal. He was on his way out. Cal he's like, he walks by, we're in a break, and he yells over at me, "You still on the clock?" And so, because we were just waiting around during an interview, and then we got a chance to talk to Logan and Harry Ford, and, and it just seems like there's an expectation. Like they expect to be a playoff team. Nothing specific, I guess, but I guess they expect greatness. And I just thought that was really, it kind of hit me, because I've been down here like you, Mike. I've been down here like 6 or 7 years, or maybe 8, and just seeing the facility the way it is, and all the different stuff that they put in there, and now they have. Finally, one of those walls out there for, the infielders to work on, so they don't have to go off of just the building on the side. I mean, they made everything a lot better. And I don't think it's like they put millions and millions of dollars into it, but it just seemed like a much better facility than it's been in the past.
Does that matter, Dave? And I ask because we just saw with the NFLPA, right, the Players Association last week, and the report cards that all the players anonymously fill out about their facilities, about their kitchen, about their food, about their training rooms, about all of those things. From your life experience, do those things really matter?
Yeah, I think you can kind of tell when it's a rinky-dink operation. I mean, when I came in as I took some trips, before I was drafted. So because of my knee injury, nobody was going to draft me, and people weren't going to draft me unless they saw it or got a chance to pull on my leg. So I went on like 6 trips. I went to Washington, I went to Detroit, and, and I remember going back and going, the people in Detroit were really nice. I was telling my agent, Marvin, and he's like, "Okay, but no, you don't want to go to Detroit." And so, and then, I took a trip there, and their weight room was in a racquetball court. Those little doors you have to go through? Remember in the old days, you would have to climb through the little tiny door to get into the racquetball room. That's what their weight room was. It was terrible. And then, I took a trip to the then Redskins, and I went to the Giants, and I went to Seattle. So, I could tell that Detroit, they were, even for a college kid and playing pro football for the Detroit Lions would be great. But I think you can tell. And, and I think for the guys that have been around, especially, they I don't know, to me, it indicates a level of commitment to being a championship team.
You mentioned Harry Ford, who I know you guys spoke with yesterday. That's not somebody that we got to spend much time with while we were down there. What was your takeaway from him?
Yeah, if you talk to Harry Ford, you might think that he's not like the most motivated guy in the world, because he's very laid back and just kind of happy with what he's doing. And, we asked him about his stats, and Bob was like, "Yeah, you're crushing it, man." He's like, "Am I?" I mean, I don't know. It's just, he's a very different kid, but I don't think that he is not a competitor or anything like that, but it's just, you wouldn't know it by talking to him. He's kind of an old soul, and he's also one of those guys that just looks you in the eye, and even for a young guy. And then I made some comparison during the interview to, it was about eating. And I said, when I played in the NFL, I didn't have, all the special food and everything. And, I was a bachelor and this and that. And he stops the interview and goes, wait, when did you play in the NFL? And he asked me a question. So I'm like, yeah, and that's what's different about him is that, he's one of those guys that's very curious. And, yeah, he's just a really, really cool kid. Now, does that translate into whether or not – we had a discussion also about, they think he's a catcher, and can he be a DH and then wait and be like the heir apparent to Cal Raleigh, but that just seems like a really long ways off to me.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I feel like that's kind of what they want though, and that they're not looking to get rid of Harry Ford anytime soon.
Speaking of idiosyncrasies and kind of years on task, you and Bob have been down there a bunch of years. I think inquiring minds need to know, Dave, how did we settle on the bedroom?
Yeah.
And does Bob immediately rush to the laundry room to wash all of his stuff that's been in his luggage and all the other wonderful little traits that he has as a traveler?
Well, I would say that he is not as prissy as you guys would think, or as he makes it sound, maybe. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's funny. Like, I automatically just go, Bob gets the room by himself. Okay, and how me and Lefko are going to hash it out. Okay. A lot of people might think I'd be the seniority guy just because I'm the elder statesman here, but I just like it. Let's keep Bob happy, okay? And he's very specific about what makes him happy. So that is just right off the get-go. And that's from me. I'm like, well, Bob's getting that room.
Okay.
And then how are Lefko?
So he's in the room with the queen, right? That
Yeah.
Moore was using.
He's the queen bee of the program.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and that's just the way it is. And then.
So you're on the floor and Lefko got the other twin?
No, I got the twin in a bedroom by myself because I told Lefko, I go, it's not gonna be good for whoever sleeps with me. Just ask Shannon. I mean, I'm like, Shannon, do I snore? She's like, God, yes.
That's Shannon, your wife,
like,
not
okay.
Shannon Dreyer.
Oh, yes, sorry.
just to clarify for everybody out there, Dave and Shannon Dreyer are not sleeping together on the road. I just want not everyone knows your wife, especially on our show. Let's just all be that's Dave's wife. Shannon
Dreyer does not know if I snore or not, okay?
Thank you.
Shannon Wyman, yes.
Yeah, okay, good.
But yeah. Yeah, so Lefko and I, and I'll tell you a quick story because we got these little cot beds that really I put my T-shirt on the bed and took a picture of it. I'll send it to you guys just to give scale. It's barely wider than I am. It's barely wider than my T-shirt. So the other thing is, there's like a hinge in the middle, and each end of those beds, the little wire rack kind of sloped down. So I told Mike, I'm like, we need to get like a brick or something to put underneath the legs. So I went on a search last night for bricks or something in the backyard, whatever. I finally end up in the garage, and there's some scrap wood, but it's a little bit too long. So I keep investigating. And then I find a Ryobi chop saw over in one of the little storage places. So I get the saw out, and I didn't tell the guys I was doing it. I plug it in, fire it up, and I chop these little blocks of 2x6s, and they're coming out there, and they're like, "What in the hell is that noise?" And Mike, is it a bandsaw? I'm like, "No, Mike, it's a chop saw." Okay. So anyway, I put those two, I got 4 of those little blocks off the 2x6, put it up, solved the problem.
Wow.
Now we're sloping down instead of away from the middle. So, yeah, it's good.
Way to go.
You could have just used one of those pieces of fruit from outside that Maura was so concerned about. She was yelling about them the other day after a couple of drinks. So, yeah.
It looks like a lemon tree, but it's like a cross between a lemon and an orange, and I was trying to figure it out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I haven't seen this one. Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me what you think. Text me.
Yeah. She's very, very, very interested. Brock's interested in what the buff dudes look like. What is your takeaway on the body styles and types that you've seen down there?
I didn't see anything that stood out in that way. I think the only thing that, especially not in Brock's creepy way, but I feel like Logan Gilbert, it's always impressive to me to see how freaking tall he is and we haven't got a chance to get behind that where the plate is, and you can see him pitching at you. But I'm really looking forward to seeing him and Kirby, just because I feel like it looks like they stretch halfway down the mound, or almost all the way down the mound, and then just seeing the velocity and everything. But yeah, Logan stands out. He's sitting across from me, and he's like a foot taller in the chair.
Mm-hmm. I see you guys as one-on-ones. Salk and I at the end of the week every year, we just we've enjoyed it in all of these different years we've been down there, and a number of different players. But when push comes to shove, if you were to say, gosh, who are the couple guys we have to talk to that I just thoroughly enjoy every single time you're around them, I think I'll speak for Salk and I think Cal and Logan are on that list. Who is it for you and maybe the guys on the show?
Yeah, it's a boring answer, but yeah, it's Cal and Logan. Yep. Those two guys, absolutely. And, and gotten to be like where they like coming out. And I heard, Cal talking about you guys. And of course we were like, no, they're not talking about Brock and Salk. They're talking about Wyman and Bob. But when Cal said, yeah, and I've gotten to know everybody here and you guys and all that. I mean, and, like last night, Cal just stopped by on the way out to the parking lot and sat there and chatted with us for like 20 minutes and just talking about life and, what's going on with him. But yeah, those two guys just seem to be the core. Yeah. I really enjoyed talking to Matt Brash. I'm hoping we get a chance to talk to him, but I think he's kind of interesting. I think, Harry Ford's interesting, but he's such a young guy. Mm-hmm. But no, I mean, I think those two guys pretty much set the tone.
I love listening to your interviews down there. They're so different from our interviews, which is why I feel like even back to back, we end up doing two very completely different weeks down there, because you guys have a great ability to really dig into the personalities and get to know the people. I feel like better than we do. Brock and I tend to focus more on the game, and you guys tend to, I think, get really good people stuff. Is that one of the goals this week? And is there anybody you'd like to learn more about personally?
Yeah. I don't know that we intentionally do that, but I think you're right. It does work out. I think there's lots of times I hear you guys asking questions, and I'm like, I guess I should ask a question like that.
Same thing. I feel the same thing about your questions.
Yeah. Well, if we put it all together, then we're good.
Good show.
So, yeah. Who am I? I don't know. I think JP is really interesting to me, and we had a pretty good interview with him last time, and I think especially for the young guys, once they figure out that you're not trying to, and I feel like I want to say this to every guy, hey, can we talk to you? We're not a gotcha, radio station, okay? Mm-hmm. We're not going to try to pin you down on something or expose something or whatever. We just want to have a chat with you and, see, how's the leadership of this team and things like that. So I think once they figure that out, then, they're comfortable. But, I think JP is probably the one, and we talked to him last year, but it was a pretty interesting conversation, and he has, he's kind of, I don't think he likes doing media stuff too much, but, when you hear from him, it's usually something monumental.
Hey, can we shift gears and talk a little bit of Seahawks before we let you go and put your 2x6s together and everything else you got to do around the house there? You get a chance every week now leading up to the draft to chat with John Schneider, and I thought last Thursday was just awesome. We were all in the kitchen, Justin and Maura and me and Salk and Lyle came in eventually and got to listen to the entirety of that show last week with John. As we kind of ramp up now, as the new league year begins next week, Dave, do you anticipate Geno Smith, DK Metcalf, do you anticipate some news over these days while you're down in Arizona?
Yeah, I'm starting to kind of feel that way. There was that cryptic tweet that, of course, somebody had to show me that Geno put out about, praise the Lord. And I don't know, maybe that has to do with them doing some kind of a deal. I'm really curious about Geno. I don't, what we always talk about, guys, is that we don't get a chance to talk to Geno. I don't really know his personality. I don't know if he has a chip on his shoulder. I don't know if he's going to be difficult during these negotiations or what he's going to want, because I never hear from him. He does the uniform, press conferences and things like that. But, I feel like I knew who Russell was. Well, up until he has to be traded. But I knew, I know most players. I knew who Bobby was. I don't really know who Geno is. And on the trips and everything, Rabes talks to him all the time, but I never talk to him, and he
Why
doesn't.
do you think that is, Dave? Why do you think because, we just got done talking about how you get to know these guys deeper and more personally, and you're around them so much. Why do you think that there has been that little bit of a chasm?
I don't know. Maybe he associates with me with somebody. Honestly, I don't think he knows who the hell I am. But I think that he's probably been burned, and he gets pissed off about, and that's why I do think he has some kind of a chip on his shoulder. But I guess I get it. I get that he wouldn't. I've got so much going on as a quarterback, and all the money and all this stuff that. Why do I give a crap about the media guys? And like I said, he's very nice to Rabel, but that's because Rabel's super old. But he treats him like an old grandpa. But no,
why the stray?
He's feeding him soup.
Why does Rabel have to catch a stray like that?
Here's
That's
your
not nice.
split pea soup for dinner.
Well, because somewhere right now, Rabel is taking a shot at me. Okay, so that's why.
That's not true. There's no way Steve Rabel is awake right now.
Yeah,
Not a chance. No
Not without his
chance.
warm milk.
Zero. Zero zip zilch.
No, but he gets a chance. So I don't really have a feel for Gino. I really don't. But I think he's a really good quarterback, and I think the nerds that have gone in there with the red zone stats and the interceptions and everything, it's like. I don't know. I feel like the red zone interceptions should be easily fixable, Brock, and maybe that's stupid of me. But me as a defender, we could never run zone inside the red zone because the quarterback can zip it in between zones. Minnesota did that to us. We ran a zone down on the 5-yard line, and the ball zips in there so fast you can't react in time. You kind of have to play like a matchup zone or man-to-man coverage, which makes it tougher on the defense. And so those red zone numbers kind of mystify me, but everybody has made that into the big bad wolf. Come on, man. He is a good quarterback. He's a really good quarterback. He's not elite. He's not Mahomes or Josh Allen, but he is a really good quarterback. And so I think people just pounded him on the red zone turnovers and the interceptions. And I'm like, geez, it's not like there was 30 of them. So, and that's what everybody makes it sound like. So I just think overall Gino is a really good quarterback. I think they'd do right to sign him and, go forward with him for another couple of years.
I don't know who those everybody would be. I can't imagine people who would make a big deal out of anything like that, and I certainly would disavow such ridiculous behavior.
I heard on the interview or in the little advertisement that you lecturing Brock about being negative. So I'm assuming it was Brock.
I did.
Yeah,
Maybe
sure.
I did do that. Brock, did I lecture you on being negative?
I could probably.
Yeah, that seems like something.
Incessantly.
Something that should have happened. Where are you on the priority for Ernest Jones?
Pretty high. Yeah, I don't know what he's going to want, and we talked to him. Here's always the little things that indicate something to me. After the season was over, he called in and did an interview with us. Like he could have just, cleared out his locker and gone because he's got a family and he's trying to, move, and he's been to 3 different teams and all this stuff. And he called us back, and I like Ernest Jones, no question about it. I thought he was instrumental in turning him around. So I can't imagine them not doing that because, Mike McDonald is so invested in, if Mike McDonald coached one spot, it would be inside linebackers, right? That's his spot.
Last thing, before you got to get ready for your show today, DK Metcalf. Lot of smoke, lot of rumors, lot of smoke. Corbin Smith and company down at the combine, hinting, talking, rumor, the rumor mill just in full go. DK Metcalf a Seahawk in 2025?
Who are you talking about? Pork chops?
DK Metcalf.
No, Corbin. You said Corbin Smith?
Corbin Smith.
Yeah. I don't get that one. To me, he's just a special player, and there's nobody like him. And I don't think that they used him correctly. And there was lots of times where, if you guys saw that one where I'm up in the booth screaming at Geno when he's running for a touchdown and pointing like where he should go. There were so many times last year I'm watching the game, I'm like pointing to DK, like throw him the freaking ball and, let him go up and make a play. So I'm one of those that falls in the camp of I'm a huge DK fan. I don't think there's anybody like him. I think he's incredibly valuable, and I want to see him here. And I don't know if they should, redo his deal or anything, but I want to see him here, and I think he's a special talent.
A few more days for you. A few more days for you guys down in Peoria. I know the team is off today. Do you guys have someone on tape or anything that we should look forward to later today?
We honestly thought about running the Logan interview today, because we already ran it yesterday. We thought about maybe running it again, but because people were requesting
it. Was that good?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it's going to be. Hopefully, we find somebody down there. But yesterday we had a 30-minute conversation about suicide doors.
I heard.
Yeah, and because there was a player who has some kind of Maserati SUV that has suicide doors. And so I explained it very poorly what suicide doors are, and then we got into a whole discussion and things like that. So maybe we'll talk about that. Tune in. Right. That'll be very interesting.
Thank God they sent you to Peoria to talk about suicide doors. Dave, thank you. We appreciate it. Great to hear from you. Have a good time down there, and keep all of your fingers and limbs together happy. With all of
the queen bee
with
happy.
all of the sawing going on.
Okay, it was good talking to you guys.
All right, there you go. There's Dave Wyman, who joins us from Peoria. We'll talk to Bob a little bit later, and we'll get the rest of that story, I'm sure. I'm sure there's a little bit more than we heard from Dave. But
Dave and I
talk
quite a bit. Dave and I off air talk quite a bit about keeping our play-by-play guy happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, just got to keep them happy.
Yeah.
Keep Bob happy. Bob, you get that room. Bob, whatever you need. We got to keep Bob in a good place. Keep Bob happy. Just like I tried to do with you, Salky. Whatever you need, Salky. What do you need?
Do you think that there's a human being in the world who I would disagree with more if we talked every day than Dave Wyman?
Nah.
I feel like Dave and I feel 180 degree the opposite on just about everything, and I respect him for it. There's no
right.
That's totally different from
you just see the world differently. Like he operates a saw.
We just see. I think we are just polar opposite human beings in many, 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 many ways. And I think you got to hear a few of them come out there. We could discuss some of that. Plus, Brock, I saw the most ridiculous mock draft ever today. I can't handle this, and it's sort of kind of gotten under my skin. That's next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Joining us here in the booth, Mariners broadcaster Gary Hill.
Julio being Julio is still going to matter, I think, more than anyone else you bring in. I think he can be a true difference maker, all-star MVP quality. I mean, we all know what his ceiling can be. And I'm actually really confident that he's going to have a big year. And because we have seen it in flashes where he has been among the best players in baseball.
Yeah.
Like the absolute best player that this game has to offer.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. There are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Our first Mark Challenge victory is Aaron McCoy from McCoy Home Solutions, yet another small business owner that took the First Mark Insurance Challenge. Aaron, why did you make the call to First Mark Insurance?
My company has grown to a space where we need a higher level of coverage. A couple of factors led me to say, boy, I really need to find something new, and First Mark really rang that bell.
First Mark save you and your business money?
Oh, yeah. They have decreased overall expense in a couple categories by up to 30%, coverage in a couple of areas by greater than 50%. They've offered coverage in 2 new categories that I think are pertinent for my business, and they've greatly impacted what that coverage and those margins look like.
Kind of wish you made the call earlier.
I absolutely do. Yeah.
So if you're a small business owner that wants to take the stress of insurance off your plate, do what Aaron McCoy did for McCoy Home Solutions. Make the call to First Mark Insurance. They're your teammate that goes to work for you. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision, and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature-rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Headed to the Sounder game this Saturday? Get down early and check out the Seattle RV Show. Sounders fans will be able to attend the show for just $5 before and after the match when they present their soccer ticket. More info at seattlervshow.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Salk and Dave are different, Chris and Puyallup says. You mean because Dave's a man and Salk is whatever Salk is? That seems fair. That seems pretty accurate. Yeah, Dave's a real man and, you know, I'm me.
I don't know if Dave remembers him and I sleeping together, by the way.
Probably not. Yeah, you can see how that's the type of thing that would be blocked out of your mind.
I was up at the fishing lodge. I was up at the fishing lodge in Canada this last summer, and yeah, he is a loud snorer.
I believe
There's
that.
different levels of snorers. I think I'm a snorer. I know I am when I'm on my back and kind of a mouth breather, but he is just a grizzly bear.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you, by the way, for clarifying that with Shannon. I think there was a lot of confusion in the audience. He was talking about being down
Excuse
there.
me?
Yeah, so
Who now?
Thank you for clarifying.
Well, it was really for Shannon's benefit, I think, more than anybody else's. But yeah, everybody wins in that scenario. And then look, you hear some of the differences in the way Dave and I see the world. Where he says Geno's not elite, he's a very good quarterback, and I want that. And then I tend to agree more with this text of the 360 because I don't disagree. Geno not elite, good quarterback.
Yep.
That part I think we agree on. The question then is, well, what do you do with that? And Dave says, sign it. And the 360 says, well, the difference between a really good quarterback and elite is that elite is good enough to compensate for having to play with less talent because of his cap hit. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where I would tend to agree with that and say, yeah, that's why I probably wouldn't go all in on Geno Smith. But that just, again, that's sort of a larger debate.
Mm-hmm.
I was pretty blown away. Lance Zierlein's been on our show a few times, right? We like him. And
he's a Houston radio guy, right?
He is, yes.
Yeah. He's an entertaining guy.
Very, I think. And so he was talking yesterday. Well, he did his mock draft yesterday.
And by the way, he does a lot of work on this because NFL.com, when you go to NFL and you look at the combine results and you look at every single one of these players, it is his analysis. He does a lot of the work there for the NFL.com side as well.
He does. And I'm going to guess that a lot of his specialty is in the scouting side of it, right, in terms of understanding the player. I'm not sure I understand the fit that he offers here for the Seahawks at number 18, Matthew Golden, Texas wide receiver. And he writes, with Lockett as a potential cap casualty and rumors swirling that DK Metcalf could be traded, Golden becomes an easier fit here. I don't see that at all.
Yeah.
That would really trouble me. Regardless of the player. Right. And I know Lyle and Moore were debating a little bit off the air this morning. Is he just a straight line speed guy? Is he more of a fully formed, wide receiver? Or is he just like one of the old Raiders guys like James Jett and Alexander Wright and all those guys the Raiders tried to just turn it from speedsters into wide receivers? I don't even really care about that. To me, it's just like you can't go through all of that and then spend the number 18 pick on a wide receiver. That would be, to me, a huge, huge mistake.
Yeah, because I think that would be counter to everything you believe in doing this. That you're not moving on from DK because he's not a great player. You're moving on in everything that Dave said. And I know why Dave loves him. The same reason Mike McDonald loves him, right? Mike McDonald, Dave Wyman, they're inside linebackers. That's their optics for the game of football. It starts there and then goes outside. And when you got somebody on the outside that plays the game like a linebacker, those are rare. There are not a lot of those guys, in football. I was looking at a top 10 receiver list in the NFL. Once again, DK doesn't make that, right? Some of these young guys that popped a season ago have already kind of ascended. We see that every year when we get to list season. He's never in the top 10. He's somewhere in the top 15. But for guys like Dave Wyman and guys like Mike McDonald and guys that love a violent physical nature to the game,
which is great.
DK brings all that.
He does. But, when Dave says there's nobody like him, well, maybe not exactly, but there are a lot of wide receivers that the league says is better than him. And so, yeah, I mean, I saw this text earlier from the 360 who says, without a superstar, why am I going to bring a family of 4 to a game that costs a family $500? The reason we saw a lot of other teams' fans in the stands because we're not a good team. And DK's a draw and a seller of jerseys. And a negative fan comments of Geno does not help. I don't know what the last part means. But, yeah, that's not a good enough reason. That's just not a good enough reason. You know what's going to help you win or help bring people to the stands? Winning. Right. So put together the best team you can, and the players, if they'll develop into stars. They'll develop into people you want to buy their jersey and want to go see. Deciding to just keep a star because he's somebody that, the fans want to see is maybe the worst reason ever to keep anybody around.
Yeah, I listened to my buddy Stokely on Denver radio a fair amount, and Brandon and I friends and got to play together in Indy. And when he was a Seahawk, we were doing this in the media, had our show back then. And he says this all the time on his show, right? Because in Denver, the whole conversation is, well, you got Bo Nix. Now surround him, right? You got a really good, one of the best offensive lines in the league, the most expensive offensive line in the league. Cortland Sutton's is a good 2. Maybe borderline 1A. He's not a 1, but he's a good player for them.
Yeah.
Now surround him. So all these conversations come about. Well, what about Deebo Samuel? Well, what about this guy? Well, what about this guy? Well, what about this guy? What about? And Brandon comes back to it, which is something I come back to, and I would challenge at 360 is you need to find the next DK. You need to find the next Debo. You know what the Seahawks did? They came up in the draft and took DK as the last pick of the second round. You know what the 49ers did? In the second round, they took a Debo Samuel, who was just kind of a joker, slot receiver, super physical guy. But, man, we need this kind of guy. You find that next guy. You know what you did with Tyler Lockett? You took him in the third round, and you developed him. Like that's to me.
That's how you do that.
Some of the mindset is you find and you develop your next star, much as you did with X, Y, and Z. And just that comfortability or that comfort level of always, well, there's no one like him. He's our guy. He's our guy. He's our guy. What the great Mike Salk said 17 years ago when we sat and did our little
16,
demo.
Just 16.
Well, I'm going to say 17.
It was only 16.
Well, I'm going to say it's 16
It was
and a half.
only 16.
Well,
No.
remember, we started the show 16 years ago, but we did the demo at some point
It's like
before
16
that.
years and a month ago. Not
16
even.
and a half.
Not even.
Round up to
16 and a half a month.
Is you never pay for past production.
Right.
Never, ever, ever.
Yeah, pay
if
for the
you're an
future.
organization that is stuck on paying for past production, you're going to be an organization that's stuck in the middle.
Or in the past.
None of that has changed. None of that has changed. Right? You've got to pay for future projection.
Yeah, and see if you can get somebody else to pay for the past production and give you the opportunity for more cheaper future production.
But is Matthew Golden that guy to me?
No, absolutely not. I mean, like, now the idea of you trade DK and find a third-round wide receiver and then start to use your 2 first-round picks in the trenches, offense, defensive line, and then you get a second-round pick. Maybe you could trade back into next year's draft and give yourself a shot at a potential superstar quarterback next year. Now you're talking, man. You could do all of those things. Think about that. What if you could pull off those? And I don't know if that is, I say you could do that. That doesn't mean you, like, those deals definitely exist. I don't mean it that way. And I'm sure if John Schneider was listening, he would be like, dude.
He'd be like, there goes Salk again.
No,
out
he would
picking
just say,
the
"We'll
Meyer
just-"
lemon tree. He's just picking these trades off the trees, these trade trees.
I fully
with the old line
recognize.
trees just grow out in the backyard.
Fully recognize it's not as easy as me just sitting here saying it. But a DK Metcalf trade for a first-round pick, which has been rumored, would absolutely give you a lot of options, right? You could try to fill the wide receiver role later in the draft, or maybe you even get back another wide receiver as part of the deal. You could, go offensive, defensive line with your 2 first-round picks. And if there is a way to trade back into next year's first round now, I would take it because
Salk gives you some powder, man. It gives you some
Yeah.
dry powder.
a lot of it. And then it's about what you do with it. Somebody said earlier, hey, the A.J. Brown deal didn't work out for Tennessee. Yeah, because they blew it. You still got, the idea behind it was still potentially solid, but you've got
Because
to.
they never had a really good quarterback.
You've got to do it right, right? You've got to handle it right. So,
Well,
yeah.
and the Titans turned around and drafted a wide receiver after trading A.J.
Yeah,
Brown.
what
Didn't
kind of
work out.
idea was that?
Yeah.
Not a very good
Traylon
one.
Burks was not very good.
Very
no,
good point.
he was not.
All right.
And then mayonnaise, man.
That hasn't worked out either. But at least they got the first overall pick a year where there's no quarterbacks. That really helped them out too.
That's great too.
All right, coming up, we're going to answer the question jerk at 9:45. We got everything you need to know next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Clint Kubiak, your brand new OC, joining us right now in studio. What were some of the weapons here you were most intrigued by, or maybe you kind of started thinking once you knew you got the job, like,
obviously it starts with the quarterback. Really impressed with Gino, DK, Jax, Noah Fant. There's a lot of pieces to be excited about, but there's also going to be some new pieces we add to the roster. That's the really fun part of coaching is getting to be a part of guys' careers.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, guys, this summer you get the opportunity to experience something pretty awesome. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yes, the new hotel is opening up this summer with grand suites, signature suites, deluxe and premium kings and 2 queens. Yeah, you wouldn't even need to go use the saw and prop up any of those beds because they are going to be brand new and perfect. Plus, don't forget, Destination Spa, big new entertainment space and convention center. Oh, yeah, new food venues as well. For more details, please visit snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance heat pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in 1 unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage as a service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Build your business with a partner you can trust. The Home Depot. When you join Pro Extra, you get lower than shelf pricing and dedicated support to help you streamline your business and stay on budget. Get dedicated pro support for supply sourcing, custom orders, large equipment rentals, and more. At the Home Depot, we supply the support your job needs with the level of service your business deserves. The Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball. Go behind the scenes with Wyman and Bob all this week from 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports.
Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their lowest price. Shop over 800 new Mazdas online at MazdaofEverett.com. Click on Get the Mazda of Everett price for their best deal. Shop MazdaofEverett.com or stop in and meet our friends at Mazda of Everett located in Everett at 11409 Highway 99. If you're shopping for a new car, make sure our friends at Mazda of Everett are on your list.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
You want an excuse to play a Cal Raleigh home run? Do you really even need an excuse? Let's just play a Cal Raleigh home run.
Here's the pitch to Cal Raleigh. Swinging a fly ball deep to right field. This one isn't coming back way onto the berm beyond the Cal Cleveland bullpen. Cal Raleigh jumps on Paul Sewald's first pitch. Cal pinch hitting for Jorge Polanco. And with that home run to right field, the Mariners have the lead 3-2, and that was a no-doubter, baby.
What is a Cal Cleveland bullpen?
I don't know what that means.
That was even beyond the Cal Cleveland bullpen. Is that Cal's bullpen, too, in Peoria?
I
Like
don't
both
know.
bullpens are just Cal's
I
bullpens?
think that was just Rick started to say something and then regretted it and decided to change his mind. I think.
I don't know. I kind of like both bullpens are Cal's bullpens.
Maybe. Yeah,
and he just hit it right over his bullpen and happened to also be the Cleveland bullpen.
Yeah, I guess that could be it. He did hit that off of Paul Sewald, which is cool. Let's see. Yesterday, Dan Wilson enjoyed the pitching. Started with Luis Castillo.
I thought the Rock threw very, very well. Gave us 3+, and then the rest of the guys threw the ball extremely well, keeping the ball down. No trouble coming out of the bullpen at all. Fujinami looked really, really good today. Attacked the strike zone. I thought it was a marked improvement from his last outing and looked really, really strong today. And then Jack Lopez, pretty impressive at shortstop. Some nice plays down there.
Biggest similarity between Dan Wilson and Scott Service, their determination to refer to Luis Castillo as The Rock?
The Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They both seem to really like that
Can I ask you a
nickname.
personal question, Saul, about Fujinami? I was watching him closely. He's a very peculiar guy. Number one, he sat in those little seats by us having breakfast every morning. And number two, he was the last one to leave the facility because he would do a lot of his own kind of exercises, kind of Ichiro-esque, his stretching and feel and all of that. He also wore those good old-fashioned toe shoes. You know the shoes that have the toes? Like, do you ever own any of those
Yeah,
in
you've
college?
asked me that within the
Down at
last couple
Pomona?
of weeks, and I've already told you no.
Even at Pomona?
Yeah, you've already asked me this, asked and answered.
I'm just having a hard time believing that.
Asked and answered. Why would you think I would own toe shoes? What about me makes you think that I would be a toe shoe guy? A flip-flop guy? Yeah, slides or... Yeah.
Never a toe shoe guy.
No, I've never been a toe shoe guy. You?
No.
Have you ever been a toe shoe guy, Brock? Personal question.
I think those
Have you ever wanted to get a toe shoe?
I think they look patently absurd every time I see them.
Well, there's got to be a reason for them.
Sure, I guess.
I don't know what it is.
Lyle, toe shoe?
Can't say I've ever one worn them or two had any interest. Got to be honest.
Mora, toe shoes?
Absolutely not.
Mora's
They
very
don't-
long
they don't
toes,
make-
so
they don't
it's
make those,
probably
yeah.
not there. She can't fit into the toe shoes. It's a big problem
Stop
for her. A day off today. Mariners will get back to business tomorrow.
Here's the second thing you need to
I know
know.
if we waited long enough, there would be a joke in there somewhere. We just had to wait for it to come.
I
Ross,
draw the line there. My fingers are one thing. Don't talk about my feet.
you don't have long toes?
I do, but don't talk about it.
Are you one of those that
I'm
second
more
toes?
self-conscious about that than I am
Is the
really
second toe, is the second toe absurdly long?
Oh,
second toe's longer than the first.
It is?
Yeah. Than the big
No
toe.
wonder you don't wear flip-flops. Now it all comes together. Will we see roster moves for the Seahawks? Yes,
Yes,
definitively.
yes.
We're just kind of a when, not an
Come
if.
on, John, release them, John. Release them, John.
Got any more, John?
So we can have some breaking news, John.
I can do it, John. I can do it. The number of listeners who have seen Commando has to be dropping as we get older.
Do we have that on Lyle's list to watch?
Commando?
Yes.
You ever seen an old Arnold Schwarzenegger movie?
I don't think so.
Oof.
I think we should probably go with Terminator 2.
Wow. Not Kindergarten Cop?
You've never seen Terminator 2?
No, Terminator I probably need to see. Kindergarten Cop, I don't know.
I
what
think
that
you
is.
should see Terminator 2. That might be an assignment for Monday. That feels That feels pretty good. Terminator 2. Anyway, Tyler Lockett, Roy Robertson Harris, Rayshon Jenkins, Dre Jones, all names we're expecting to be let go. That Dre Jones one, man, is really kind of sticking with me. I'm sorry. That can't just be let go. He was the biggest free agent they've ever signed. And he's done jack squat in a few years. Now they're going to let him go?
You know what that was? That was Schneider when he talked to Bob and Dave a couple weeks ago about just throwing money at a problem. That was a problem. D-line was a problem. The draft and develop and the scheme and this bear front, that was a problem.
Right.
So let's just throw money at a problem, and that is not always
it sure didn't work, unfortunately. We'll see. We are waiting for those moves to be released maybe as soon as today.
Come on, John.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Big shakeup. Fox Sports, Brock, not Fox News. Fox Sports, their NFL show. Jimmy Johnson announces retirement after 31 years on the desk, 81 years old, and he is done. Terry Bradshaw, 76. Howie Long, 65. They've got Gronk, and Strahan's still a part of that too, right? So, like, they've got some people, but...
It just always... I just marvel. I just marvel at some of these. Bob Rob was like mid-80s over there in Pullman, still doing it. Jimmy's 81. Hubie Brown just did his last. He's 92.
Wow.
So I don't know if I'm going to see the 80s.
Really?
Let alone still be doing something like that.
But why wouldn't you see the 80s? Are you worried about that?
Tall, left-handed.
Do those things lead to less life expectancy?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, how many old, tall men do you see? And I know they weren't as tall 50, 60 years ago as they are now, but... How many tall old men do you see?
I guess I haven't really thought about it.
Yeah, on the front end of life, it's great. On the back end, guys like you and Wassel probably going to survive a lot longer.
Odd person to bring up now.
He always wanted to be taller, right?
That's everything you need to know.
He always felt like his life would have been different.
I couldn't be more done with you today. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour. I might have to go back to lecturing you on playing quarterback,
From
Brock.
toe shoes to commando to Wassel.
Yeah.
That was a hell of a need to know.
It sure was. That was definitely everything people need to know.
Were those the three things we were talking about?
Let's see. If people haven't seen Commando, that's their own problem. Totally agree.
Yep.
Yeah, that is your own problem. Why haven't you seen
said you
Commando?
weren't going to kill me. I lied.
You promised, man. You promised you'd kill me last.
Yes.
That guy, too, that little guy is Sully, I think is his name.
Yep.
He's also in The Warriors, another tremendous movie of that era. He's the leader of the bad guys. Yeah. So that's his other big credit in life. There's so many good things in Commando, right? When he snaps a guy's neck on the airplane with the like quick backhand.
Please don't wake him. He's very tired.
He's dead tired. My man is dead tired. Then he jumps out of a plane as it's taking off.
Yeah, that's realistic.
Anybody could do that, by the way. Anybody could
Doesn't
jump
seem like
out.
Lyle needs to watch it now.
Yeah. Well, Commando is really good. And you know who else is in that? An incredibly young Alyssa Milano. She's the daughter in Commando.
Under the bed.
I think Lyle knows who Alyssa Milano is.
I was about to say.
You don't know who Alyssa Milano is?
What?
You ever seen Who's the Boss?
Also, no.
No? That's weird. That's not something you need to see. No. You're probably just fine. She's made news in the last few years, though.
Who's the Boss ran from 1984 to 1992.
With Mona? Tony and Mona and everybody else on that show?
She was making NFL clothes for a while, right?
Well, isn't she married to a hockey player or something? If I'm not mistaken, I think Alyssa Milano got married to a hockey player. I don't remember which one, but she's been around like pro sports.
Well, I'm looking up what movies she's been in, and the ones I would have seen her in are probably not the ones you guys have seen.
I don't think that I mean, her career is not
She's married to a talent agent.
A talent agent? Was she at some point with a hockey player, or did I just make all that up?
I don't know.
That's sad.
Carrie Underwood.
Carrie Underwood?
She's married to a hockey player.
She is?
Oh, yes.
She's not married to Tony Romo?
No.
Weird.
Hockey player. That was Jessica Simpson.
Better get back on TMZ.
You're just a mess. Get on the rails.
Tony Romo was definitely with Carrie Underwood.
Was he?
No, it was Jessica Simpson.
And Carrie Underwood.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Get this thing back on the rails and get it on the rails now, please.
How dare you guys?
Oh, wait. All right. Carrie Underwood and Tony Romo dated briefly in 2007 and attended the CMAs together.
Thank you.
Sorry, Salk.
I didn't remember that.
Apologize to me now.
I am sorry.
Do not doubt me. Do not ever doubt me. Sheesh. My God. I don't know a single Carrie Underwood song, but I know she dated Tony Romo. All right. Coming up, we're going to do some Answer the Question Jerk. Can we please please send some good questions in. I got a couple from the Twitter, but not great. So we need more. Text them in, please. 866-979-3776. 866-979-3776. Any question on any subject, we will answer them in 20 minutes. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
I'm at the gym. I be low-key at the gym. I be hat on, hoodied on, headphones in.
So no one recognizes you? Are you a celebrity?
No.
Stop. You have sunglasses on, too?
I just get in my zone and block everybody out. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
But I couldn't block this out.
Okay.
One day, I'm looking at this guy, and he's wearing a Kobe jersey. So I'm really feeling him. I go, that's my guy right there. He doesn't even know. And then I walk in today, and my man has on a Larry Bird jersey. And I stopped my workout. I went over him. I go, hey, bro. Sir. I go, hey, you can't do that.
Streaming on your smart speaker.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo.
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision, and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature-rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're losing your hair and you want a simple solution that works, and you want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Parango and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, they were recently crowned 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185, 425-449-8185. If you qualify, get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. AdvancedHair.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, my bad. Looking at some of the text, it looks like Alyssa Milano dated a couple baseball players, specifically Brad Penny for a long time. So I'm sorry. I got that one wrong. I apologize on that one. But at least I was right on Carrie Underwood.
Mm-hmm.
That was important. That was the important stuff today. Speaking of baseball, let's spend a few minutes here, Brock, and it was good to talk to Dave Wyman and hear what they're doing down at spring training, talking to Harry Ford, talking to Logan Gilbert yesterday, and they'll have a lot more. I know he said he wants to talk to JP this week. They'll be down there all this week doing their show, and that's always must listen. Yesterday, we saw Luis Castillo make his, second start of the spring, and looked really good. First couple innings, gave up a couple runs in the second, or in the third, rather.
A couple solo home runs.
Yeah, which happened down in Peoria, but nice to see him kind of able to get through three. And as we heard from Divish earlier with Bump and Stacy yesterday, health is really the only thing that's important right now. And all five, really six of these guys have been healthy.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's maybe the easiest to judge, Salk, because you get to actually see their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's not even the result or any of that. It is like, whoa. Yep, that stuff, that break, that velocity, that command, that movement, those things that are all building the right way, and every one of them, I think, feeling good, which is going to lead me. I'm done. I'm ready. I know it's early. I know it is March 4th. I know that these proclamations can, every once in a while go against you. Most often they've not. Most often I've been right on these. I after listening to Wyman, I'm ready to. Do you have the gong ready?
I sure do.
Okay, I'm ready. Go ahead. Logan Gilbert's going to be the opening day starter. I'm ready to just hit the gong and go for it. I don't need to see the next couple weeks. I don't need to see any more production. When Dave Wyman says to us that Cal and Logan are the core of this team, pretty succinct, pretty concise, and I cannot just cannot agree with that more. And as we were down there last week, Saul, because we've watched that emergence over the last couple years with Logan, the All-Star season ago. All that Luis is to support him is a wonderful teammate. I don't think there will be friction. I don't think that will be any sort of issue. I think, not there has to be some official passing of the torch or anything of that nature. But I think Logan has earned the respect of that clubhouse, the respect of his teammates, and certainly the respect of us on the outside to follow him. I think Logan Gilbert's going to be the opening day starter.
I think that was pretty well determined when Logan Gilbert started before Luis Castillo did in spring training, and my guess is that's going to continue. I'm with you. I think that is what's going to happen. I said before we went down there that you need to have a good reason to not have Luis Castillo start on opening day, and I think you're right. Logan Gilbert's given you enough of a reason. He's been the reason. Right? Like his emergence, not just last year, but in his leadership and his comfort, in his, as you just said, kind of core nature to this team. That's the reason. Right? You can't fool a clubhouse. You can't fool a locker room. Those things are true. And Logan's the best pitcher on the team right now.
Yep.
Do you have to do it? No. I don't think anything would change if Luis Castillo started game one. I don't think that changes much.
Nope.
I don't know whether it means anything that George Kirby's getting pushed back a couple days and maybe Bryce Miller's really now your 3 and George is your I don't know. I'm not sure it even really matters. They may have specific matchups that they like with these 5 guys. The truth is you've got 5 dudes. And they move as a herd. They move as a pack. They like each other. They're around each other. They support each other. Man, you're not going to flip a coin because there are differences between them. But I got no problems with your Brocklamation at all. I'm right there with you.
I know we'll have Passing On later in the week. Is that
Friday, 8:30. So we're going to have to talk to G about moving it. But yes, Friday at 8:30 was the only time that worked for Jeffrey. So he's going to join us.
I know that he hinted the last time he was on with us that just because nothing gets done in the winter doesn't mean that the hay is in the barn, that nothing can be done through spring training. And in fact, give spring training a little bit of time. And there was, I think, yet another injury. It was a Gill that I read yesterday.
Yeah, the Yankees lost Luis Gill.
Yeah, that's 6 to 8 weeks or something of that nature. Do you think that there is any possibility? Justin kind of left that door open and talking with us on last Monday as well that, hey, man, these things don't just die once you get to spring training, that everything is just all of a sudden set. And we know that Jerry and Justin do have, kind of like John Schneider this time of year, do entertain a whole bunch of different conversations.
I would be very surprised if Luis Castillo was dealt here in the spring.
Okay.
I really would. And
George
just sort
Kirby?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would be surprised if any
Emerson
of the 5.
Hancock?
That one would probably surprise me the least. And even that would surprise me.
All right.
I just don't see it happening right now. Yeah, if there is a team out there that decides, hey, you know what, Emerson Hancock is a cheaper alternative for us to try to figure out our, fill in our rotation. But why would the Mariners give him away right now? That doesn't make a lot of sense. You would want to ask quite a bit for it, and I don't see other teams giving up a lot for him. So I don't see it. I think that the market, unfortunately, for Luis Castillo, the offers they got weren't particularly attractive. Teams that said, yeah, we'll take the salary off your hands, but we're not going to give you a lot. And they're like, yeah, no, sorry. We still think
that equal sign, there was
just
nothing,
not there, right? I mean, he's still just too good. In order to get something back that's good enough for George Kirby, I mean, we talked about Jarren Duran as the kind of player that it's 4 years of club control.
Right.
You would have to give up a king's ransom. And I think that we're at a point that, unless the Orioles are the only team where maybe, just maybe, if they were to suffer some significant pitching injuries, they looked at it and said, fine, we'll give up some of our young dudes to try to figure out a deal to get pitching. But I still don't see that happening. I mean, that is the one, okay, maybe if.
Okay, well, let me add one other.
Real hard for me to imagine.
Let me add one other integer since I'm using algebraic conversations.
I like that.
What if instead of it just, Luis Castillo or a pitcher for the equal sign and the reciprocal player, what if you've judged and what if you gauge and what if Seitzer and Edgar and Dan have their eyes on their own guys this spring and are like, whew, yeah, second and third is a problem. So maybe it's, why, Luis, plus whatever, we have to just fill this void. It's not an equal sign because second and third are going to turn out to be quite problematic for us. And we needed to see it.
I still think you see it for a month and a half of spring. You need to get the value back, and I don't think it's there. I just don't think it's there.
Okay.
If especially so, let's say the people are that other teams say, all right, we'll take Luis's salary off your hands. Well, it's too late to go use that to buy a second or third baseman.
That's right.
So that's not going to work.
That's right.
You're not going to trade Logan Gilbert. Right? Nope. You just said you want him to be a core member, and on your opening day, you're not going to trade either Bryce or Brian Wu right now. So really that then would become a George Kirby conversation. And as I said at the beginning of the offseason, if I was going to trade one, he's the one I would have traded. But you would need such value back. I don't see how you could pull off a trade like that in spring training. I just don't think that there's a fit of anybody out there who would do that. If you don't like what you've got at second or third, that's on you. You blew it. And I don't think that they're saying that, by the way. Certainly not at third base. They haven't even seen Polanco yet. And Ben Williamson's gone out and obviously is, Ben Williamson can do what Josh Rojas did last year. If all you want is Josh Rojas from last year, don't you think Ben Williamson can do that? Play Gold Glove defense and not hit? I think he can do that.
Probably.
That's what Rojas did. Second base, I'd be surprised if they were interested in, not giving the Dylan Moore, Ryan Bliss, and eventually Cole Young thing a shot, right? I mean, they've been so all over Dylan Moore this, Dylan Moore that. The fact that he hasn't hit in the spring, again, the results I don't think they pay that much attention to them.
Okay.
So I all of those things would surprise me. Do you think that there's something open? I mean, you asked the question.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think it would be, as you said, there just unfortunately it just does not cast a wide net. So many of the other teams, the hay is in the barn, right? I think that they've got their different situations figured out. I think you'd have to have maybe some catastrophic kind of season-ending injuries.
Yeah.
And we have not seen that.
I guess I would also say, Brock, just, your two main concerns right now, as you said, are second and third. Maybe short, but second and third.
Maybe first.
Yeah, but second and third. And those are places that, look, teams can go into years with concerns. It's not abnormal to go into a season unsure of a position or two, even
29 teams too, other than the Dodgers.
Yeah, I mean, somewhere in that range, 27 to 29 teams every year will go in with at least one, I don't know about that. We'll see. Yeah, we're going to give this guy a shot. We'll see.
Yep.
And the Mariners are definitely doing that throughout their infield in various ways. But second and third are the two positions that I think are the biggest question marks. Again, my biggest question about it all is defense. I don't know whether they're going to hit particularly well. I think first base with Luke Raley should be decent. It's not at all beyond the realm of possibility that JP bounces back and has a better season. Ryan Bliss has shown some things like Polanco could bounce back. I can write you a script. It might not be the most likely scenario, but I could write you a script where their offense is at least okay from your, you can survive it from your infield, and then you get so much from your outfield and the catcher position that it works out. I'm really having a hard time writing you a script where the infield defense is good enough, where third base isn't problematic, especially with two guys playing first, one of whom is very short, the other of whom is an outfielder, where JP is, his defense has been declining significantly over the last few years, and we watched him make 3 errors in 4 innings while we were down there. And then, second with Dylan Moore, great. Second with Ryan Bliss, huge question mark. So, if I got any question at all, it's about your infield defense, which is, pretty darn important if you think you're playing a lot of one-run games.
So there's 3+ weeks before opening day. But if they had to play tomorrow, the opening day, if the series, an opening day began tomorrow, would it be Polanco at third base?
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't played yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if he's ready to play third base yet.
Well, it's not. I mean, he's going to be playing third base. I think they said, Friday?
Soon.
Yeah. So this week he's going to play third base. I mean, the opening day is not this week. It's not till March 27th. But yeah, I mean, I think the plan is, unless there's a setback, he's your opening day third baseman. Dylan Moore's your opening day second baseman. Hopefully he'll have a hit by then. And I would assume Luke Raley's playing first on that day. Don't you think?
I would think so.
I mean, that feels pretty set in stone. Who's your opening day DH might be the only question. Which Mitch ends up as an opening day DH? My guess is, as of last week, I'm still not convinced Mitch Haniger makes this team. We'll see. I think they're going to end up eating the money when it's all said and done, because I just don't see how he fits onto this roster. I think you're more likely to see somebody. You know what you could use? Who is there a defensive first baseman out there somewhere that they could use to just come in as late game replacement at first, so you don't blow games due to defense at first base? Evan White out there?
I mean, Anthony Rizzo's still out there, but I don't know how good
I don't
his
know if
defense
that's a
is anymore.
defensive first
Well, he
baseman.
used to be a really good defender. I don't know if he is anymore.
I guess I think
How
back.
about this Tellez guy?
I don't think that's his strength in life. I don't know. Maybe I go back to the 04 Red Sox who used to bring in essentially like a hands team in the late innings, and they would bring Doug Mankiewicz in to play first because they just, the first base defense they got from David Ortiz and Kevin Millar was so bad, they needed somebody else to just play and help them save a game.
Who was the guy everybody wanted in defensively for Bill Buckner? Stapleton?
Dave Stapleton. Yes. That's exactly what they did, by the way, in the last out of the ALCS that year, but didn't do it in the World Series, and it cost them because the manager wanted Bill Buckner to be out there to celebrate with his team. How'd that work out, John McNamara? Good move. Let's answer some questions.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk!
Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
Oh, man, we got so many questions today, Brock. A lot of good ones for Answer the Question, jerk. You ready?
So good.
I know you'd like this one because it's a marriage-related question.
Good.
What was your first dance song? I'm getting married in 2 weeks.
Keeper of the Stars.
Now, my first question, though, the person who sent this in, do you know your first song, or are you 2 weeks out and you still don't know what it is?
Oh,
you should know that by now.
You should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was yours?
Keeper of the Stars.
I don't think do we have that in our system? Have you
Probably
ever
not.
told us that?
I don't know.
Huh.
Have you ever asked?
I don't know that I have.
What
Maybe
was
not.
yours?
La Mer by Charles Trenet.
Come again?
La Mer, the English version is Beyond the Sea, Bobby Darin.
Oh, okay.
It's the French version of that.
Oh, of course, you had to do the French version.
Well, it's from a movie. You ever see LA Story?
Oh, there you go. Okay.
It's the opening credits from LA Story. And since Heather and I kind of met and got
You were
together
in
in
LA
LA.
So good. Do you nice and slow? So happy. Don't make me cry. Okay, next. Here we go.
Wow, that is romantic.
Oh, it was great. That was great.
That's good. Are you going to find La Mer?
You think you're going to have any fodder after Haley's wedding?
I think I'm going to have quite a bit.
I think you are.
I would imagine. I'm going to have quite a bit of fodder. Let's see what else we've got from the people.
I put La Mer in YouTube and makeup came up.
No. 2 words. L-A dash or space M-E-R.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Charles Trenet.
The French version Salk has been banned in the United States.
It wouldn't surprise me. It's 25% tariff if you want to play it more.
Yep.
Yeah.
No chance.
From the pictures posted during your trip to Peoria, it looks like Lyle has bigger calves than Brock. Has Brock been skipping leg day?
Oh, interesting.
Brock, have you been skipping leg days?
Yes. I have an old man back. So, yes.
Pretty well summed up.
Yes.
Lacking.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know why this question's for me. It's probably better for Brock. What do you think you could get for Reek?
Reek Woolen?
Yeah. Nah.
Yeah, not enough.
4th round pick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to keep him.
Yep.
See if you can figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Answer the question, jerks. Did Julio wear sunglasses so that Brock could focus during his interview?
Not just Brock.
Yeah, both of us.
Yeah.
I was telling somebody about that last night. They were like, oh, you got to meet Julio? I was like, yeah, we interviewed him. They're like, what's he like in person? I was like, well, he keeps his sunglasses on so that you can't see his beautiful green eyes.
Mm-hmm. Think that got back to him?
I might have.
Might have.
I think it might have.
Yes.
I think he
You
might have
guys don't wear sunglasses. I can't see anything.
legitimately worn sunglasses so that we couldn't see his eyes.
Did he not the first 2 times?
No,
Maura,
that was
no.
the first time. First time for everything.
Oh, he-
And even when I talked about it, he kept those sunglasses on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he knows.
Mm-hmm.
Salk, if you woke up tomorrow inside of the last TV show or movie you watched, how long would you survive? I mean, it'd probably be The West Wing. I'd be fine, I think. Just hanging out in the West Wing in the early 2000s.
That was the last movie you watched?
Last TV show.
Right.
Last movie I watched? Probably not great. I was watching, hold on, what's the movie called?
Saving Private Ryan?
No, it's worse. I haven't finished it yet. I was watching it on
Full
the
Metal Jacket?
I was watching this on the plane ride home on Netflix. What is it called? Hold on. It's about like a Korean, it's like a Korean martial arts movie.
Oh.
From way, way, way back.
Oh.
Where's my
Oh, boy. Maura, play La Mer.
Yeah, did you find La Mer?
All I found was makeup. Who sings it?
Charles
That's the band?
Trenet.
Charles Trenet. Maura?
I watched this movie called Uprising.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I would not have survived 2 seconds in Korea in the 1500s.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I couldn't physically survive living in a pineapple under the sea. So there you go.
Is that SpongeBob?
Maybe. Yes.
I think you could do that.
Sounds like something my grandparents would
Sounds
have
like
played.
sounds like that song from Bull Durham, whatever the slow song is.
What is the slow song?
I don't know what it's called.
I don't know. It's the opening credits of LA Story, the Steve Martin movie. Answer the question, Jerk, for Salk. Share a hotel room with Brock or with Wyman? Well, Brock. I mean, I've shared a hotel room with Brock.
We've been great.
We've been good roommates.
Great partners.
No problems.
Yeah.
Jerks, after a week in Arizona, which 7'10" personality would you most like to have as a roommate, and who would be least? Shannon Wyman is excluded. I love Bob, but Bob would be the least. I think that would just be too much. I think that'd be really challenging.
Yeah.
Just all of the, what did Dave call it? Prissiness? I won't call it that, but Dave did. I don't think that would be hard for me
Walking
and for
behind you
Bob.
with bleach wipes.
Yeah.
Cleaning everything you touched.
Yeah, the debate really is Justin or Kyle. Probably the two best roommates around.
Yeah.
I've roomed with Justin and Shannon for 3 years now, and it's been great.
Yeah.
So I would stick with them.
I've roomed with Kyle. It's fun. No problem.
Yeah.
Brock's a good roommate too. Any of those.
Yeah.
Brock will cook, so that helps.
Yeah.
Shannon bakes.
Yeah.
Justin leaves and goes to like the dive bar, and you don't see him for a while.
I think Kyle, because Justin said, he just got to go to dive.
Kyle's good, but Kyle needs like a little alone time.
Does he?
Yeah.
Can he recharge?
Yep. He needs a little alone recharge.
The introvert?
Yep. Little introvert. Yep.
Okay.
Anybody I'm missing on there?
I don't think so. Lefko?
I don't know Lefko well enough in that scenario.
All I know is Lefko's sleeping on an air mattress. Like, that dude's willing to be a great teammate.
Bump just walked by.
No, he's sleeping on the other cot. That's what Wyman said. He didn't put the two cot twin beds together. Wyman.
So they took the
Lefko
cot
has
into
one
the.
of them.
What was the picture of the air mattress we saw at the top
I
of
thought
the
it was an
stairs?
air mattress. But it was one of those twin bed cot things.
Oh, it's one of the cot things.
Yeah.
How about Bump? He just walked by. Like Bump seems. I've not spent enough time sort of outside.
How about G?
She's not
Okay,
part of the
next- here we
station.
go.
Let's be
Next
clear.
question. Here we go. Next question.
Doesn't actually work here.
He'd be exhausted.
As much as
Next
he wants
question.
to.
Next question.
Jerks, are sacks overrated?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
They're appropriately rated.
Mm-hmm. Hard to come by.
Yeah. Jerks, I got bored yesterday and went and bought a tailor-made 7-wood. My question is, have you ever used one, and what would you take out of your bag in order to replace it?
Called that the Nancy Lopez 7-wood. Mike Hewitt had that in his bag. Used that a few
People
times.
have been real into these 7 and 9
Take out
woods
like
recently.
take out the 3 and 4.
I just take out my 3-wood. I never hit it ever. It's there for decoration.
No, very different.
I have a decorative 3-wood.
No, 3-wood's your 220 to 240 when you get a hold of it. No. 7-wood's that nice loopy 200 to 215.
I'm convinced you guys are making things up right now.
Not really. I wish we were. That would be nice. Jerks, what happened to Lyle's lessons? Have we abandoned his cultural expansion?
Right.
All right, I got a question. Maybe I'll throw it out as a poll. Last thing before we turn it over to Bump and Stacy. Lyle, you want a movie or a album?
Movie.
I'm trying to think. Well, when baseball season starts, I might need more albums because then I'm going to start to
Okay,
have
so you
less
still
time.
have enough time to watch a movie?
I think so.
I think Terminator 2 would be a really good one for you to watch. Groundbreaking
better than
movie.
Commando?
Yeah, because it's a better movie. Would you rather watch like a good movie or like a campy movie?
Probably the first one.
Okay, I think fair. Terminator 2. It's probably the best Arnold movie. I love the first one. Don't get me wrong. I love Commando, Running Man, all of them. But I think Terminator 2 for Monday would be
Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah, exactly. Conan the Destroyer.
So bad.
Hercules in New York. All right, we got to get out of here. Bump and Stacy are looming. They are ready to come in. Stacy's literally she's clawing at the door.
They must know. Breaking news is coming.
Yeah, they can tell.
They got to know.
Yeah,
that.
it's going to be one of those days where Bump and Stacy break the news.
Yeah.
The Seahawks have made drastic cuts.
Look at me. Look at me.
Yep.
Look at us. Yep.
Maybe a Geno Smith deal. Who knows? You better stick around and listen to them for the next 4 hours. We'll catch you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Until
Come on,
then, Brock
John.
the Hay.
Come on, John. Barn.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
All
All teams on the East Coast are better and more important and deserving of full coverage, and we've always said this.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
It's true.
Clearly.
I love me some East Coast teams.
I love East Coast bias. It's not even bias, it's just truth.
It is.
You know how I feel about my East Coast teams.
No, I'm just aggressive because of the East. I like the East Coast aggressiveness.
Yeah,
That is
same.
who I am.
I want to try to mimic it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hear the show anytime on demand by subscribing to the Bump and Stacy podcast.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $4,000 off an energy-efficient Bryan cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Vikings are unlikely to franchise tag quarterback Sam Darnold per ESPN. Adam Schefter reports the team is still hoping to re-sign him, but not tagging him makes him a free agent, available to sign with another team. The 27-year-old former first-round pick ranked 5th in passing yards last year and saw a career-high 35 touchdowns.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.